as you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve. Right? That, you know, that isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rod.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do. And that's
if it's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring and you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. So drop any, it would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400 meters. How accurate
arm.
would you be? Let's set it a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Broncos went to bed a long time ago.
a nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
Just hang on here, let me think about this.
Go on.
Water level.
The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both ends. You'll find out that they're dropping.
What, both ends of the water level lower
There we go.
than the middle?
We got a hump.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster.
It's not my problem if you don't want.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You just on your own.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
It's elevation and
Okay,
it's
so
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
the water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait a
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
I think
a
you might have
second.
got. Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go. Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on here,
Don't
let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
parallel.
Good.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh, yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh,
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NB on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those
For what?
horizontals-
Okay, wait, back up. Back up. Back up. No,
Now
wait,
those
okay, wait, back up. Back up.
Hey.
Back up. No, wait, please.
Hey.
Put it on the curved Earth. what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And we are live. Oh, yeah. That was a good one, wasn't it? That's always one of my favourites, that. God rest his soul, George. We do miss him. He was a character. It's a shame he never got a video made for him, like McToons did for Bob. It's a shame. At least we've put him in these songs, right? At least he gets his memory in there. Everybody. We've got a few clips in the Discord. I know everybody's not really interested in actual proofs in reality. We're all after drama and all of that, but we don't do that here. We don't do the drama. We don't do we just stick to the main arguments. I know that's not needed in this arena, but hey, we're going to carry on doing it anyway. We've got a few developments, and I know there's other people in this arena that deal with these sort of arguments about different things, but there is a big one coming up. I'm not too sure it'll ever actually happen, because I'm not too sure whether Beddy's put himself in a position. He's defending some, model afflicted people, and I'm not too sure that he's aware of the argument anyway. So in the development of this argument, and knowing that the level argument, straight line that normally goes through the hump, which is the Wallace, I suppose, or Lake Pontchartrain, and then it comes round to LIGO. Because if you're ever going to have an example of straight, well, that's LIGO. That's the clinical straight. That has to be straight. What would you call that? The very epitome of straight in reality is the top of science. I mean, I know science has got they've took the deductive logic out of science, new science. So technically straight, it's a bit iffy whether what straight actually is once you take the deductive logic part out of it. But LIGO is claimed to have a laser within it bouncing backwards and forwards. Now, that's got to be straight. But hey, who knows? New science may be able to manipulate that straight. We don't know. But to our best knowledge, LIGO is straight. Now, I can remember when we first started this, me and Spot On, we said if we were going to test anything, then surely you would have to test the surface of liquid water, right? You would have to use water to depict reality. That's the thing that we said we would go to, and I think most people would agree that it's the simplest, most common element in our world view or whatever, right, that we can all use. It's simple, it's cheap, so water would be the way that we would go. Now, new science and all of that has put its faith in the fact that LIGO is straight. So that's been put into reality, obviously. It's been made, it's been engineered. The lasers are claimed to have done some fantastic things with it. But all we're initially concerned about is the idea of straight and based around LIGO. So obviously the drop term, the below and above, comes from our understanding of, basic understanding of above and below. The two parts of a vertical normally. There's the up part and the down part. That's how it's measured in reality. Well, Mike Jones is having a debate with Betty on the supposed understanding that two people can be simultaneously both above and below each other. Say at the same time, but somebody said simultaneously. So that's what the debate's about. Now, it was claimed on a Blue Marble stream the other day that Mike Jones has been on Red's Rhetoric, and since we did that thing with Red's Rhetoric the other day, where Red's Rhetoric has yet to come back and find that clip of where he said a load of shit about my family. Nobody cares. Don't worry about it. Red's Rhetoric has had a conversation with Mike. Now, Blue Marble's put that video out. It's a 10-minute clip of where Mike goes over to Blue Marble Science. Mike goes over to Red's Rhetoric. And Blue Marble Science is over there with Red's Rhetoric. The big scammer. Wow, what did I do? Is there something else on? Does anybody else want to talk about anything?
No, I've just been... I think someone's been listening to the conversation we had earlier.
Well, it seems like everybody's leaving. Nobody cares. Okay, we did have a load of people, but I don't know, 8 to 10 people have just left. I don't know whether that's because we're talking about this debate with Betty or the Blue Marble and the LIGO, the straight line and the above and below. It's not really that important to people. I wouldn't worry about it. It's only Red's Rhetoric as well, the biggest scammer in the thing, and Blue Marble, his friend. Right, so we've got this. We've got this debate coming up, and it's sort of centered around the stuff that we've been doing for ages. Obviously, people have attempted to develop their own arguments around this. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear how the globe model works, the mathematics behind the globe. So here we go. I'm going to in fact, has anybody got anything to say? No,
I've got lots to say, but not probably appropriate for a live stream.
Yeah, it's all right. Nobody's watching. Nobody cares. We can change this style up completely. Nobody wants to hear proper arguments anyway, so don't worry about it.
Oh well, maybe when more people come in, then I'll go on a rant or something. But
right, let me. Oh, what's that doing? Oh, my screens are all the wrong way around. Let me get this screen sorted out. You know who Blue Marble Science is, right? You know who Red's Rhetoric is as well, because that's what we're featuring here tonight. Okay. I need to just move that screen over a bit.
Sorry, I'm doing this live on the fly. What's going on?
I'm not sure, but for me on the screen sharing, you're sharing the video.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to do it for the thing again. So yeah, you can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, here we go. Here's the. Now this is a video. Blue Marble might take this down. I had to look on his channel. I couldn't find it, so I don't know where it is now. Blue Marble's found this clip. It's he's labelled it. Oh, it's unlisted. He's labelled it Mike Jones failing hard. His LIGO delusion. So Mike Jones failing hard. Blue Marble Science. 48 views. And there's 152 comments on the video that Blue Marble's clipped, a 10-minute video.
Hang on, how many views did you say?
48 views, it says here.
And 152 comments.
Yeah.
That's some interesting numbers.
Yeah. And it's only a 10-minute clip. It's unlisted. So it's a private one. You can't, not everybody can get a chance to see this.
Oh, why are they keeping it so quiet?
Well, maybe you'll see. Okay, so this is Mike Jones out walking his dog, talking to thingy. We'll have to pause it, right?
Anyway, MJ, you chose that name, so that's what we will call you here. So let's do a mic check first. Mic check, please.
Gentlemen.
Okay, everyone can hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear fine.
Sweet. So, Astronomy Live, Big Blue, you are free to stay. Same with you, Slice Arcane, piece of shit. So, all right, MJ, what the fuck you got for us?
You reckon to that for a panel? Astronomy Live, Big Blue, Slice Arcane, Red's Rhetoric, and Mike Jones, MJ. Not often you get them all together like that, is it? How often they've been together like that? This.
So, Blue, we were chatting this morning, and you said that level isn't horizontal, and you can prove it. And I was just curious how you plan to prove it.
When did I say that, and where?
No, it's a little Blue. Not talking to you.
Yeah, not talking to you, Reds. I know it's your show, Reds, but Mike doesn't want to bother talking to Reds. He's talking to Blue. Blue's the expert. What does Reds know about this sort of stuff? Blue's the engineer. Good on you, Mike. Go after the top man.
No, you want to know when I plan to prove it.
Yeah.
You haven't watched any of the videos that I've provided.
Well, we were discussing this morning pouring concrete, and you said we could definitely level it. And then you said it's definitely been made horizontal. And all I asked was, in your 100+ years of construction experience, who made it horizontal, and how did they determine it was different from level? And how did they do? And what was the process for making it horizontal?
Right. So, Mike's talking about concrete. We'll get back to that. He's talking about horizontal. Now, in the picture of what they've just put up on screen is one of those weird things that I don't even know why they do it. We've talked about the dark shark and, going up a hill with a water level to use as a sighting tool. Absolutely fucking ridiculous, right? But you can see in this picture, this isn't your normal water level. That's because this is the conceptual realizing Euclid test that we did. The one that whatever, another one of Mike's friends, span. He made it. He put it on a thingy and span it. Slice Barkane's gone up top of a hill with this water level, and he's wrote it here. It says duplicate of Bev's triple water level. It's a check. It's a straight line segment check, but Slice Barkane didn't understand that. He's got this water level, and then he's got a horizontal line of reference. So it looks to me like the water level is depicting the horizontal line of reference here, and that's going across the picture. He's got something over there at 880 elevation, and he's got here something at some other elevation. I think that's where he's gone up that hill. It says here, water levels results are concurrent with the expected drop, got it down there, expected drop associated with the curvature of the earth. So I would say in the picture that we have seen already from whatever did with the eye level and the surface level, the ones that he said were horizontal, is backed up with this picture here, that this water level is producing a horizontal line of reference, which he's put across the side of the screen. I don't know. Now, you might notice at the top of the thing, Bev's response, that's not how water levels work. And damn right, I'll stick to that. Please don't go up to the top of a hill with a water level and use that water level as a sighting tool. Please don't imagine, like you can, like Slice Barkane here, that this horizontal line of reference can be drawn on a picture coming from the end of your water level. It doesn't make any sense, and it's absolutely ridiculous. But that's what they're showing, right? So you have to take the visual accounts. These people, like Rumpus does when he shows you pictures. A lot of people's are very like this. They show you a visual to train you into your response. That's what Slice Barkane's doing here, or that's what Red's Rhetoric's doing while he's talking to Mike. Now, Mike's on his phone. I'm walking his dog, probably. He's not looking at these pictures. He doesn't notice it or anything. And, I mean, who would know what this is? Nobody's ever bothered to see the realizing Euclid tests or understand the Euclidean principles and the proofs within geometry for the idea of this concept. It's a very easy concept. Like, we have done it. It's called the realizing Euclid test. But Slice Barkane thought you'd go up the hill, right? So now Mike is going to be referring to an up and a down and a below, a slope. And you can see where this is coming from. There's a horizontal that's a straight line, right? Now, this horizontal straight line everyone will understand what this horizontal is here. It was missing in whatever's pictures last night, and it may have been left in like 2019 sometime, because since then the use of horizontal has declined. It's not used very much anymore. It's too straight, really. The connotations of it are too straight. Can't have people going around bending horizontals anymore. So you have to remember, Red's Rhetoric and Slice Barkane and Blue were back in, a few years behind like they always have been. So here we go. Now this is the reply. Now, yeah, okay.
Mike, I only know of one case where the idea of horizontal with concrete ever became important, and that would be with LIGO, or maybe some of the other interferometers.
Right, so Blue Marble Science, the head honcho of the Blue Marble scientific crowd, only knows of one place where horizontal was important for the use of concrete. That's all he could ever know of. And that is LIGO or any other interferometer. But that's the only place that Blue Marble Science can think of where they might use horizontal.
You have 100 years of experience, so surely you've spoken to the contractors who made it horizontal.
Yeah, surely.
Are you talking about LIGO? No, I haven't spoken with the contractors. I've gone by the.
So
he's not talked to any of the contractors. So Blue Marble, having not talked to any of the contractors about the concrete processes of this thing, but him being an engineer, he would imagine sort of certain things.
So it might not be horizontal. So the concrete foundation might not be horizontal.
Mike, I have assured you time and time again that none of the pads at LIGO are technically horizontal.
Right, so there you go. None of the pads at LIGO are technically horizontal. Now, has anybody known about the difference between horizontal and a technical horizontal? I would imagine it's got something to do with engineering. If you want to know, not technically horizontal would probably mean not horizontal, right? To any normal person, I would say not technically horizontal means not horizontal, but it might be different. So
are they level?
No,
not horizontal and not level. Already got me intrigued. This is LIGO. The straight.
They're just sitting. They're just sitting there. Well, wait a minute. Are you sure it's straight? Did they say it was straight? Did I miss that part?
Well, that Mike's just going through it, right? Horizontal.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Not technically.
Not horizontal. No, not horizontal, and not level.
Not level.
Okay, but maybe straight. We don't know yet.
Yeah,
it could be straight. Yeah, it's possible. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they straight?
Are you going to let him answer?
Yeah, they are straight.
See, yes.
Whoa! Wow!
They are straight.
They are straight.
Not technically horizontal, and not level.
And not level.
Yeah. So right, you're building this picture up in your mind, right? Because at the end, I've done a picture. I want to check what you have imagined similar. Okay. So here we go.
And you see
great. How did
you see the curvature?
Excellent. So they made them straight and they differ from level. Correct? That's your assertion.
Yeah.
How did they do that?
Absolutely, they do.
Did they make them like? Are they like ramps?
Huh?
Are they ramps? You said they're not horizontal. So are they ramps?
No.
What's the slope? Can you give me the y? Can you give me the y equals?
Can you let him answer?
Wow. See? Shouting at him. Let him give him a chance to answer.
Oh, fuck off. Y equals mx plus b.
Hang on.
Give you the slope, Mike. If you go out to Hanford, Washington.
MJ,
those arms.
Hang on. I understand this is usually how it works in someone else's Discord or
dude, you just yelled at me.
That does not work here. So you will have to let him finish. You ask him a question, he needs to be given the time to answer. Okay? You can unmute now.
Go.
Come on, Blue. Unmute. Come on.
Big Blue, you have the floor.
Come on,
if you
Blue.
need him to repeat the question, just ask him that.
Whoops, sorry about that. I was muted. Didn't realize it. If you go out to the Hanford, Washington site for LIGO, both of those arms have a 4-foot elevation change.
Okay. So now we're not talking about LIGO, or is that Hanford? No, that's Livingston, isn't it? He swapped LIGOs. Is Hanford the other one? But there's I think there's a problem with the Livingston LIGO as far as blue, because they've got a weird arm. I think somebody spilt the coffee on when they were doing the calculations, and they put a tangent point in the middle of one arm at Livingston. I think that's the way they did it. But it makes it really difficult. So blue always goes to Hanford. And he says, I'll go back over it because this is quite important.
I was muted. Yeah, didn't realize it. If you go out to the Hanford, Washington site for LIGO, both of those arms have a 4-foot elevation change.
Both of the arms at Hanford have a 4-foot elevation change. Do you know what that is? Do you want to just have a picture? Two arms, everybody knows they're perpendicular to each other, about 2.5 miles of, like, call it an X and a Y, but both of them have a 4-foot elevation change. Now, you may be asking yourself, which way does that elevation change work? Here we go. Blue's going to try and explain it. Please try and make this mental picture for yourself of exactly what's going on here.
Both of them. It starts at one end, and I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it starts at one end of one tube, climbs 4 feet in elevation to the...
Right. Starts at one end and climbs 4 feet in elevation.
The apex to the center point where the two arms join.
To the apex, right? So an incline, 4 feet from one end to the apex. So let's say from A to B is a 4-foot incline upwards.
And then from that point, it climbs another 4 feet to the other end of the other arm.
Climbs another 4 feet. So from B to C, up 4 feet also. So from A to B, up 4 feet. From B to C, up 4 feet. Everybody knows they're perpendicular.
So neither one of those technically are what you would call level, are they? They have...
So yeah, if there's a 4-foot elevation change, definitely not level, right? I'll agree with him.
That's two ups I count.
Yeah.
You go from one end that's not at the center point, the apex where they meet.
Yeah.
And that's up 4. And then from that center point, you're up 4 again. How does that doesn't compute for me.
Yeah.
Does that compute for anybody else?
What Wally's saying here is, Wally says, I put a set square on a gym ball with toothpick verticals, toothpick tangents, to show you how this works. Right? Well, blue's got up 4 feet and then up another 4 feet. That's not like Wally showed us with the set square. Balancing on toothpicks.
Definitely not. No.
So your mental picture of this is, like, I let my dad listen to this. My dad couldn't work out what, like how have you got an imagining of what this looks like? I mean, I'll go over it, right? So we'll come back to this. It's about 3 minutes 50. If you want to go over it.
Elevation changes. And the same thing is true.
Excellent. Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So you've got a 4-foot elevation change from one end of one arm to the center, and then a 4-foot elevation change from the center to the other end of the other arm?
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed, right? 2 4-foot elevation changes.
Yep.
Agreed by Blue Marble Science. That's fine. That's a fact.
And so what's the elevation change between the two arms, the ends of the arms?
8 feet.
8 feet. There's an 8 feet difference over the two ends of the arms. Yep. Good. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 2 4s. Up 4. And then up another 4. Total 8 feet.
4 plus
wait. The vertex, let's call the vertex 0.
Okay.
And you're going out to the end of one of the arms. So that's 4 feet up on a slope, y equals mx plus b slope, right?
That's on one of them, yeah.
Yeah, and then you go from the vertex out to the end of the other arm, y equals mx plus b, and that goes up 4 feet, right?
Nope, goes down 4 feet.
Down 4 feet. Up from the apex of one and down on the apex of the other, right? Confirmed by blue. 4 foot one way, 4 foot the other way. Up one, down on the other.
Okay, so the difference between the two is 8 feet. If you were to draw a line, a straight line, and make another arm between the ends of the two, it's 8 feet. What's the length of that? What's the length of that straight arm? If you were to draw a line between the two on that 8 foot slope, what's the length?
What's the length of it? Well, they're about, the arms are about 2.5 miles long. So could you perhaps square 2.5?
Shall we do the Pythagorean theorem on that one?
Oh, why don't you?
What?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. A squared plus b squared equals c squared.
What point are?
Okay. So, can you do the Pythagorean theorem? Confirmation, right? It's a triangle. It's on a plane, and it's a right-angled triangle. There's the apex. There's a right angle. They're perpendicular, these arms. So therefore, you do have a right angle. You have the length of each of the arms, like Blue Marble says, 2.5. You can use the Pythagorean theorem to work out the third side, of which has a slope of 8 feet, according to Blue Marble Science. Everyone agreed with that? It's sort of simple geometric facts. We're just running over them. Remember, this is Blue Marble's labelled this one Mike Jones failing hard his LIGO delusion. Has anybody heard Mike be deluded about anything just yet? We're just going over mental exercise of trying to work out what LIGO looks like from the picture that Blue Marble is laying for us.
What point is trying to be made here? Because clearly curvature is affecting the ends of the arms there. So what's the point actually being made here?
Curvature is affecting the end of the arms. Red's rhetoric says. Clearly. But I'm not too sure. He's got 2 straight arms with a 4 foot elevation change.
And they're not level. They're straight, but they're not level, right?
Yeah,
level for them is
4 foot elevation change. It's like, you work out rise over run. There's a 4 foot vertical change on each of the arms. They are definitely straight, so there's a slope. Both arms are sloped. Where's the curve?
But I would expect if there were, right, exactly. I would expect if there was curvature that Blue would have said that they are level, yes, at the very beginning. But he said, no, it's not level and it's not quite horizontal either.
Yeah.
So where's the curve?
Why did Red Rhetoric say it's clearly curved?
Right?
It isn't. There's no curve there. Go back again, right? I'm not too sure what Red's Rhetoric's talking about. Listen.
Equals c squared.
What point is trying to be made here? Because clearly curvature is affecting the ends of the arms there. So what's
clearly curvature is affecting the end of the arms? No, elevation. There's an 8 foot elevation change, but that's not clearly curvature. It's just an 8 foot elevation change. I can't imagine why they would have wanted to have sloped the arms. I mean, it sounds like they're putting problems in there for themselves, really. I mean, I suppose they might like a challenge, but it doesn't quite sound right to me. But Blue's the expert. He's done all of this sort of stuff. Let's go over it again.
What's the point actually being made here?
The question is, what's the process for making the concrete between the vertex and the ends horizontal or sloped according to y equals mx plus b along that 0 to 4 foot rise, as Blue says? One's a rise, the other is a fall. One's a rise, the other's a drop. And if you were to draw a third line straight, that would be the hypotenuse, correct?
Yeah.
You're making
excellent. So that's c squared. So a squared plus b.
I was talking. You're making this overly complicated for no reason.
He's making it overly complicated by bringing in the Pythagorean theorem and trying to lay out a picture of how LIGO's formed. I think he's done quite a good job, because I mean I've got a picture in my head now. Both arms slope upwards, providing you're at the right place. I mean, if you stood on the apex, then one arm slopes upwards and the other one slopes downwards. There's a 4 foot elevation change in the up direction one way, and a 4 foot elevation change downwards in the other way. It's very simple.
The process in which they're using when it comes to LIGO is that they want to keep the laser that's within that vacuum tube perfectly straight. It is level at the point of origin.
Level at the point of origin and straight, but only level at the point of origin. I'm not too sure Red's rhetoric understands what level is, but hey, he is model afflicted severely.
But as the arms extend outward, you find that the curvature of the Earth plays into effect there.
Why? It's just sloped. He's sloped one arm upwards and the other arm downwards. How does the curvature of the Earth affect one arm completely opposite to the other one? How does anybody even comport that to the mental case, right? How do you fit that in? How does Red's rhetoric fit that in? His statement that if you're standing on one side of it, it's all sloping upwards, and if you're standing on the other side, it's all sloping downwards. How do you say that's got anything to do with the shape of the Earth? Hear it again.
Straight. It is level at the point of origin. But as the arms extend outward, you find that the curvature of the Earth plays into effect there. But still keeping the laser straight, there obviously needs to be compensation for the curvature. The fact that compensation is needed at all shows that curvature is actually there.
Did you hear that? Because that's genius logic. I'll play that again, just in case you missed it.
Wait a minute. Let me
sum it up.
Well, no, I don't know if I could sum it up. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing it clearly, and then you can play it again. But I thought I heard him say, if elevation change equal globe. That's what I think I heard. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because he says that because the arms are at a different elevation, then that quite clearly shows to Red's rhetoric that that's curvature. And the fact that it quite clearly shows that curvature needs to be compensated for, as shown by the arms being at different elevations. Therefore, that shows that curvature's being considered, which means necessarily that there is curvature. So, hey presto, conclusion, curvature exists. Because Red's rhetoric can imagine that curvature is an elevation change. I think he's conflating curvature with elevation change, but I'll go over it again, right? Just in case you think I'm bullshitting.
Origin, but as the arms extend outward, you find that the curvature of the Earth plays into effect there. But still keeping the laser straight, there obviously needs to be compensation for the curvature. The fact that compensation is needed at all shows that curvature is actually there.
You like that? That's genius, isn't it? In order for it to be straight means that they have to account for curvature. And the fact that they have to account for curvature in order to keep the laser beam straight, that means that curvature exists. Curvature proved by straightness.
That's phenomenal.
That's great, isn't it?
That is really good.
I mean, it passed every one of them.
That is really good.
Blues, but Mike Jones is failing hard at this one, obviously, right? Did everybody get that? Did you all understand?
Well, I don't think Mike could have seen that one coming.
Yeah.
Really.
No, I don't think anybody saw that one at the time.
No.
But it needs to have some sort of a specific method of being able to prove curvature by this method, right? It's definitely very sophisticated. Self-sophistication. I bet he was very impressed when he finished saying that. I'm going to have to go over it again, right? Check this out. This is one of the best arguments for the existence of curvature you will ever hear. Red's rhetoric, take it away.
But as the arms extend outward, you find that the curvature of the Earth plays into effect there. But still keeping the laser straight, there obviously needs to be compensation for the curvature. The fact that compensation is needed at all shows that curvature is actually there. Correct?
Correct. You see, he wants a confirmation. Genius. Red's rhetoric, I'm telling you, he's not bringing arguments from years ago. He's completely revolutionizing the existence of curvature.
When it was built,
Brilliant.
You're saying that it's built at some point, there's a, quote, center of that ball, top of that ball, per se. And it slopes away from that point. And they've poured concrete in straight lines, one along A, one along B. What happens when they pour one along C? It drops 8 feet, Blue?
Yeah, it drops 8 feet. There's no
8 feet on the hypotenuse. Thank you. It's been great, guys.
Cool.
So
Anyway, so you could defeat him that easily?
I guess it didn't take much, did it?
Yeah, it didn't take much. Okay. All right. So anyway, Slice Bar
Prediction.
Yeah.
He's going to. I think your statement of overcomplicating things is correct, because
who's overcomplicating things? I think that's been pretty simple. I think I'm hoping that's very clear for everybody. It definitely was very clear for me.
somewhere in there, he got something odd to occur, and he's now that he's happy, which never happens with flat earthers unless they get a quote mine that they think they're going to use later.
Yeah, of course. Not exactly sure what the whole conversation was about, but apparently he doesn't seem to understand that, hey, listen, if you have arms that are level at the point of origin and they extend outwards, and then you have to compensate for the curvature of the earth, obviously there's curvature to be had. So what quote mine does he have?
Did you like that? Do it again. He's getting confident with it, he's Reds.
Yeah, of course. Not exactly sure what the whole conversation was about, but apparently he doesn't seem to understand that, hey, listen, if you have arms that are level at the point of origin and they extend outwards, and then you have to compensate for the curvature of the earth, obviously there's curvature to be had. So what quote mine does he have?
Okay. So if you have level at the point of curve, the point if they're level at one point and they extend outwards, Reds thinks that you need to account for curvature somehow with a straight. And the fact that you have a straight means that you're accounting for curvature, and therefore curvature must exist.
Yes, this is classical begging the question, because he is saying that he is accounting, and it means by necessity that he is assuming. Accounting for something means assuming. So he is confirming his assumptions.
Well, he's got a
only
straight line, right? And it's a slope, obviously, and it's a measured elevation change. So
yes,
there
I
is
agree.
no curvature to be even imagined. But I think he's done a genius trick there.
Yes, this is the trick. So this slope can be due to curvature or not. There is possibility that it would be due to curvature, but not necessarily. But he is assuming already that it has to be curvature. So he's creating false dichotomy, because it doesn't mean, in fact, in reality, that slope is due to curvature. It may be for different reasons.
Just
But
because
he's
there's
assuming.
an elevation change.
Yes,
Like he's
so slope.
assuming that because there's an elevation change, somehow curvature has to be taken into account. I'm not so sure.
So he is equivocating the slope with curvature.
Yeah, it's equivocating elevation with curvature, like I said. That's what I've been accused of doing that, but I never even understood what it was. It seems like Red's Rhetoric's actually doing that there. Well, anyway, Slice Barkane's about to show us a picture. He's about to do a rumpus right now. This tactic of drawing things and manipulating images on the screen has been used quite effectively by Rumpus, but Slice Barkane is going to fail here. Blue is going to point it out to him, so check this out.
I don't fucking know.
I'm sure he finds it important.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. Yeah, here's the deal with LIGO. Now I'll just run through it real quickly. When they set both of those sites up, they decided that they would allow the two arms to lie in a tangent plane. Okay.
Right. So the two arms that Blue has sloping, both of them, lie in a tangent plane. A plane that's tangent. Tangent to what? Who knows? But Blue's going to call it a tangent plane, right? So let's just call it a plane, because we don't know where the tangent point is. We don't even know what the tangent point is to. But it's just lying in a plane. That's all we can really take for it. The tangent part's just a vacuous thing that we can dismiss. So both arms, according to Blue, are in a plane.
Just like what I'm drawing for you.
Yeah, they're both lying. Both arms are lying in a tangent plane, and that plane is tangent to the Earth at some point that's not along either one of those arms.
Tangent, but not at the point on either one of those arms. So, like I said, it's just a point, a plane. And Blue hasn't got a clue where the tangent is, so we may as well just forget about the tangent, right? Let's just call it a plane.
When he's talking about tangent, he's assuming a curve.
Well, yeah, let's Slice Barkane's drawing a ball as well. So, you know, like, people can draw balls, and that may be why Blue got distracted. Called it a tangent plane. Nobody does that. Engineers don't do that. But listen to what he's saying, right? So Blue's already said that it's a tangent plane.
Mm-hmm.
And that explains why you got elevation changes both directions.
Right.
The tangent plane is way off to the down close to the hypotenuse there somewhere.
The tangent plane is down there close to the hypotenuse. So let me do it again just to make sure.
That's why you got elevation changes both directions.
Right.
The tangent plane is way off to the down close to the hypotenuse there somewhere.
Tangent plane is way off down close to the hypotenuse there somewhere. He said both of the arms lie in a tangent plane, but why the tangent plane would be way off down there by the hypotenuse? Because it being a triangle, it would be on the tangent plane anyway, wouldn't it? Like, what's Blue talking about? Don't think Blue really understands how this works. And here we go.
So this is my understanding of LIGOs. It obviously in very exaggerated form. What do you call it? Here, at this middle point here, at the tangential point, is where it's level. And then
Yeah,
as it's
none
going,
of them are actually. The fact is, none of them are actually that way. But
yeah.
So Blue Marbles told Sly Sparkane that none of them are actually that way. And Sly Sparkane's just told him that the only point that it is level is there at that tangent point. And Blue said that that's not anywhere. None of them, actually. Listen to it again.
This is my understanding of LIGOs. It obviously in very exaggerated form. What do you call it? Here, at this middle point here, at the tangential point, is where it's level. And then as it's
none
going,
of them are actually. The fact is, none of them are actually that way. But
yeah. And then it extends out along the surface of the Earth. It extends out, and so you will notice, since no vertical lines are parallel, you will notice it almost seems to go.
Did you hear what he said then? I don't know whether everybody's aware of this.
No vertical lines are parallel.
Mm-hmm.
It extends out, and
all vertical.
So you will notice, since no vertical lines are parallel.
No, it's just since no vertical lines are parallel. That's something that not a lot of people are aware of, right? It's like a Masonic code that people have been kept unaware of. So feel privileged to have heard this information from Sly Sparkane, right? If you ever repeat it, make sure to let everybody know who was the person that you heard it from. Because it's, keep it hush. But also give away your leader, right? You can catch the video. It's on Blue Marble Science's channel. And that's Sly Sparkane that's just said that. He's let you in on a secret.
You will notice it almost seems to go upwards, even though if you were to sight down the laser tunnel or its construction around it, it's a straight line.
Exactly.
It is a straight line.
I also brought this up. Sly Sparkane, can you stop screen sharing for just a moment here?
Sure.
Thank you. I will go ahead and bring
stop
this up.
sharing. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I may have to blow this up a bit, but
see, there you go. Right. So thank you very much, Blue. That one is a video on Blue Marble Science channel. Yeah, Blue Marble Science. It's a unlisted video, so we've been given a sneak peek on that one. I think he should put it out, really. It is titled Mike Jones Failing Hard, His LIGO Delusion. Now,
he repeated back what they said.
Well,
so
what's the delusion?
One ramp downs, one ramps up.
Okay, so let me get
I mean, that's what Mike had said. He said, so you guys are saying this. And they're like, yep, that's what I'm saying. And then they told him, well, you're delusional because that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, they're good like that. Right, where's my picture? What did I do with it? Let me get this. Oh. Where did I put it? There we go. Oh yeah. In the live chat, right? So this is the picture I drew. There you go. Right. I don't know whether you can see this. The lines are a little bit too thin. Should have made it a bit better. But as you can see, I've called A your starting point. And from A, there is a 4-foot incline to the apex. So if you look at the way the geometry works for this, you have rise over run, which causes your slope, and the run is a horizontal distance, and the rise is a vertical distance. Now we know the vertical rise is 4 foot, and we know the horizontal distance is 2.5 miles ish. So we've got a 4-foot rise over 2.5 miles, taking us from A. Oh, where's me? There you go.
You're still showing the YouTube channel.
Yeah, you will. You guys can see the YouTube channel.
Okay.
On YouTube, I'm not. So you've got A, from A to B, and it goes up 4 foot, which means that the right-angled triangle that is making this slope for the rise over the run means that the hypotenuse, the arm, is actually the hypotenuse of that triangle. That's the way I understand it, right? And then from B to C, there is another 4 foot. There's another right angle triangle, of which the line B to C is also a hypotenuse, because that's the slope. The arms are the part that slope. So therefore the rise over run calculations must be done from a horizontal and a vertical. Everyone with us on that? And then obviously the other line, the hypotenuse of this triangle, has an 8-foot slope. But that's the hypotenuse of the bigger triangle. Everyone okay with that? Is that?
I'm okay.
That's what.
Yeah, it's like going up steps.
Yeah, that's what Blue just described, right?
And then he called it delusional when he was repeated back to him.
Thank you very much, Jero. That's good. That's
yes,
better.
and good afternoon.
Good day. So the white lines that are in the middle of those rectangular boxes are the actual LIGO arms, and that's the hypotenuse that's made across the diagonal of the rectangular box, that's 2.5 miles long and 4 foot in height. Typical Euclidean geometry, as a well-known calculation for the rise over the run to give you a slope distance, or a grade, as they call it in America, I think. But quite clearly, 4 foot elevation change is what Blue was talking about there. Would anyone disagree? Is there any Globers out there that would want to No, I'm guessing they'd have to go along with what Blue Marble states about this, because Blue's the expert. Can anyone see why they would want to slope the arms like one down and one up? Could anyone see a practical purpose for that? Sufficient cause that they might want to... No?
I have no idea. Practical.
I can't see an advantage. In fact, to me, it seems like they're making it more difficult for themselves. I mean, if you're measuring a rise over run in order to get a 4 foot elevation change, you may as well just place it on the horizontal altogether and put it on a horizontal plane. Then you don't need to deal with any elevation changes. But hey, Blue Marble is the expert. And this is what everyone's going to have to go with. So I'm not too sure that all of the LIGOs are like this. That one is Hanford, isn't it? Yeah. Doesn't look like Livingston, that one. So, which one is the highest?
C.
C. Now, is A above C?
No, A would be 8 feet below.
And 4 feet below B. Like this, above and below cannot be reciprocated, can it? Doesn't work the opposite way round. Like if you were at A, then C would not be below, would it? Could there be any way that you could actually get C to be below A?
No, I'm not seeing it. It's clearly above. 8 feet above.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's no problem. I mean, like, in reality, you can definitely make something 8 feet above something else.
Yeah, it'd be like steps. It'd be like, large steps in a way. Like going up from a second floor to a first floor. A would be the bottom floor, B would be the middle floor, and C would be the top floor.
Very nice, though. Thank you very much, J-Ro. So Blue Marble Science, if you're watching, you can take this. Take that. In fact, you've probably got it in your Discord channel right now. Just check it over. Make sure it's right. Is that what you were saying? Is anybody Blue Marble Science, whatever? Who else? Oh, F.E. Dogma. He was a good LIGO guy, wasn't he? Can we check that? I don't want to be going over a clip of Blue Marble that he's done with his good friends Red's Rhetoric and Slice Barcane. Oh, actually, Slice Barcane, if you're out there, whenever you're free and ready to talk about your bending water level test, we're here. We can put it up side by side against the Realizing Euclid test. Anytime. Red's Rhetoric also, if you're listening, at any time you can find that clip when you were talking shit about my family and slandering us. So Just find that clip and let us see it. Let your fans see it as well. And Blue Marble Science. I've got a thing here that Blue Marble Science has done. We go over these ones first. The image, right? We'll do these ones first. This is the build up to them. We were over at Geos, and I say, getting in the spirit of things, no two verticals can be perpendicular to the same horizontal. And it does sound stupid, doesn't it? Well, Blue Marble Science says that's a contradiction. And he's right. It is right. Because it does sound stupid when you hear it, right? What do you mean no two verticals can be perpendicular to the same horizontal? Watch this.
It has to be the same horizontal, because otherwise you cannot say that they are parallel. You have to compare them, say, to the same horizontal. Because you have to have some reference frame, and this reference frame would be horizontal line, one, the same. And then you can check if they are perpendicular or not. And if they are, you can say that they are parallel. But you have, in order to do that, you have to have one horizontal, not a different sloping horizontal, because you cannot check anything with that. You have to have the same, or at least parallel horizontal, because otherwise you cannot check anything.
We've got a guy called Checho. He says, yes, Sarugaki, it works because water forms an ellipsoidal surface, and we can draw a horizontal line between any 2 points on that ellipsoidal surface.
Yes, you can draw anything you want. Yeah,
not a horizontal line, though, right? Any 2 points on an ellipsoidal surface, you can draw a line between any 2 points and it be horizontal. This is new maths. That's why he thinks a water level can establish a horizontal, because you can draw a line on an ellipsoidal surface with any 2 points and it be horizontal. Fascinating what goes on in people's minds, the formulation of these ideas. I know 90% of the people that watch this show are heavily model afflicted. Heavily. All of us are model afflicted, but the people that watch this show mainly watch it because they are model afflicted. Seriously. He's asking what's funny about it. Right, here's another one. This is whatever, and this one goes with the earlier. We got this one. Right, so you've got, if anybody watched it yesterday, he wrote on it eye level and surface level, and they're straight lines. You can quite clearly see this. This is whatever's picture. He admitted to drawing it yesterday. So it says eye level and surface level, and these are coming out straight lines across the top. He says eye level and surface level are just another way of saying the horizontal reference line at eye height and surface height. Zero elevation. I think he means a zero elevation change. Because when you look at this, he has eye level and surface level. I know we were talking about it last night. So he calls that a horizontal, a zero elevation. And he's wrote in here, drop. So this vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal surface level of zero elevation, is this measured vertical. Now I'd say this is a true rumpus pole, not this one tilting off to the side. This one here, this is your rumpus pole that you're looking for, and that's the difference between the conceptual understanding of level on the dogmatic globe and real life horizontal, which is this line. This is the distance between the two. This is called a rumpus pole, and this measures a zero elevation change. Not the horizontal zero elevation change, but the imagined zero elevation change of the dogmatic globe. But I'll go back to this one. Eye level and surface level are just another way of saying horizontal reference line. At eye height and surface height, zero elevation. Zero elevation. Up there in the sky. Where it says eye level, surface level, that's zero elevation. That's the drop, which is a negative drop down below. Hey, you're getting the inside scoop here. You'll be able to talk to these globe people. You'll be able to talk to your parents, you know, your children about this. Not many people know these things. This is new mathematics. My dad, he wasn't even aware that verticals aren't parallel. He thought they were. I told him, I think he might have been a flat earther. He says he isn't, but apparently people that aren't aware of verticals not diverging, they're flat earthers. There's a new category of flat earthers that I think people should be made aware of. I know my dad's getting on now. About the same age as Blue Marble Science. He wasn't aware that he was a flat earther. Imagine getting to that age not being aware that you're a flat earther. Or at least a flat earther underneath the new requirements. Modern requirements. I think, you know, to be honest, I think using deductive logic might start to qualify you as being a flat earther modern day times. It's been taken out of science. If you attempt to use deductive logic within a scientific thing, then I'd say you're pretty close. Been kicked out of the club. Globe Club. So this stuff that we're talking about, right, may seem a little foreign, but people have been in this arena for years. I don't think people have been aware of this sort of stuff. I don't know why. Maybe they were just too scared to ask about it. You know, maybe they were too shy and wondering that, you know, maybe being able to do this sort of geometry and mathematics. You know, but it's easy. You just have it dictated to you. It's like having shadows cast on the wall. Maybe just turn a TV screen on and have people advise you on what has to happen. Blue Marble Science is always one of the top ranking guys. That's whatever, sending a load of pictures. Now this is the one. I don't know whether you guys can see this or whether even I'm going to be able to. I'll probably have to get it on my phone. Yeah. I don't know. Can people see that on YouTube? I'll read it out. This is Blue Marble Science. It's rather a long message, but it's pretty relevant. I think it's one of the 150 odd comments on his latest video. Blue Marble Science says, Mike, you're an idiot. It's a bit of an insult. It's not really allowed, that sort of stuff, in the modern day. The elevation of each of the tubes at Hanford changes about 4 feet over their 13,100 foot lengths. That's a slope. I'll give you a pat on the head. Physical assault, that, I think. If you can tell me what the slope is. It's about 4 foot and 2.5 miles, right?
Not horizontal.
It's a slope. He said it's got a slope. I don't know why they put a slope in it, right? It's a slope. I'll give you a pat on the head if you can tell me what the slope is. But that's an elevation change from one end of the tube to the other end of the tube. An elevation change. Now, if you want to know if the slope is linear, it's a slope. Simply find the equation for a straight
Aren't all
line.
slopes linear?
Well,
shouldn't they be?
Blue, you have to have an equation, I think, because that's what Blue Marble's saying. If you want to know if the slope is linear, simply find the equation for a straight line that connects those 2 points. Find the equation for a straight line. Equation for a straight line between 2 points. Another head pat if you can pull that off 8th grade bullshit correctly. And use your equation to find out what the elevations should be on a 100 foot intervals. So Blue Marbles asked him to come up with the equation of a straight line and then use that equation of a straight line to work out what the elevations should be. Really weird, isn't it? Blue's told us there's a 4 foot slope. I can't see why they'd put a slope in it, but I personally, I think he's made a mistake, but who knows? Then see if they match the actual measured elevations. They won't. This is Blue Marble, he says this. They won't. The center elevation of the tube will be a little over 1 foot off from your straight line calculation, but matching the Earth curvature perfectly. A straight line will be off by a foot, but matches the Earth curvature. I mean, how do you match?
It's matching calculation. So it doesn't prove anything because this curvature is assumed in calculation. So it doesn't prove anything in reality.
Back engineered, yes, for what has to be. Model dictates. It will actually be about 1 foot low to account for Earth curvature. Actually, now put the actual elevations in a spreadsheet and plot them. The curve becomes very obvious and undeniable. I've done this, and I bet you haven't. Nor will you. If you want your ass handed to you, I'll take you, Mobius, and the rest of your clan on, and we'll see who knows what they are talking about. Man up if you dare. Blue Marbles offering to take on all comers about LIGO and the straight line. Well, slopes, 2 slopes. And he knows that the calculations, the plotting is about 1 foot off. I don't know which is a foot off, whether his calculations are a foot off, or whether the measured elevations they're a foot off, or the predetermined calculations of the things that Blue Marbles got, whether they weren't quite up to the task. Yeah, Mike says $2 super chat. We accept. When can you get into VC, Blue? Mike's hot for it at the minute. Betty and Blue. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with Blue about this geometric principles of LIGO. First off, we'd have to check that we've got the actual model right. The geometry, these rise over run. But perpendiculars, you know how that goes. Wally's here to help, as always. I think you've done enough to help, actually, Wally. So I've got a few of these things of Blue Marble that we can go over, just to make sure everybody's up to date on how the dismissal of logic works. Now, this is what Blue Marble thinks of. This is an elevation profile. So Blue Marble says the red line is actually an arc with a radius of 3959 miles. But even at this scale, it looks straight. This is an elevation profile. This is why we don't bother showing curvature on elevation profiles. Blue Marble thinks that elevation profiles don't show a change in elevation. Or maybe he's not conflating elevation with curvature, like Reds was a bit earlier on. I don't know. It's hard to tell whether it's allowed or it isn't allowed. But Blue Marble Science thinks elevation profiles, as shown here, don't show any curvature. It's a horizontal straight line. Let me get this some more. I went over a few of these earlier. It's quite fun. And this is when I went over there and talked to Chaiki. And Chaiki actually bent it for blue to show him how ridiculous it looks. But you will notice that he did actually put the hump, the Wallace hump. It's normally the preferred method that people use. And we've got this one here as well. This is blue marble going over, as you can see. It's blue marble that showing is that circles are straight. It's straight, look. Blue marble has straight circles. This is new maths. So don't feel, if you're not up to date with this new maths, don't feel like you're behind it. Don't think that you missed out on it when you were at school. Because this sort of stuff is extracurricular. Mainly only gained from adult Discord channels. And sometimes you can learn this from watching videos, but they don't normally express these things. It's like a secret club, like the verticals thing. You're not really meant to know about it, especially the circles being straight. I mean, not many people will be aware of these sort of facts that they have to. This one here as well. This one. This is LIGO Hanford. This is this blue line lies in a plane. The blue line. I know, yeah, it may look like it's curved, but I'll read on. This blue line lies in a plane that is tangent to the Earth at 1 and 1 point. 1 and only 1 point. And that plane is perpendicular to the vertical vector at the point of tangency. So the plane the line lies in is definitely horizontal. You see, Bev, I told you not to try. You can't understand this, says Blue Marble. Here we go, I'll read it again. The first line states, this blue line lies in a plane.
Yes, of course, it is impossibility. Curved line cannot lie in the plane.
Well, again, you're using your deductive logic, right? You've got to just get rid of it. It's going to make you look like a flat earther, right? Blue Marble, when Blue Marble says this blue line, and I've not curved it, right? It's on a graph paper. How could I curve it? It's not me. This is Blue Marble's done this. This blue line lies in a plane that is tangent to the Earth. Everybody knows tangents, right? It's a straight line, isn't it? And this one here, this blue line that Blue Marble's done, is apparently in a plane. This one. Oh. Mike Jones says, what tool would they use to establish a horizontal drafted by the architects in the elevation profiles? Did you have a metal detector to check for hidden carpenters levels in their clothes? And Blue Marble Science says, nobody works from horizontal, for fuck's sake. That's what I meant by an idiot. Blue Marble. Modern mathematics. Nobody works from horizontal. He's had, like Mike says, Blue Marble Science has had a lot of experience in engineering. Now, he wouldn't be saying that if people did actually work from horizontal, right? Just go and ask anyone whenever they're out working. See if they use horizontals in any way. And then this one here. This one, Blue Marble Science says, constant elevation above a datum is a straight line, no matter how you slice it. You don't even know what you're posting, Mike. You're totally clueless. He's posting an elevation profile. And look, this blue line lies in a plane that is tangent. That's straight. Constant elevation above a datum is a straight line. But if we go back to this here, look, circles are straight. New maths, you see. Very, very sophisticated, this mathematics. Do you get it? This is straight. So Blue Marble can say constant elevation above a datum is a straight line. Now, here's the one that you'll want to see. Let me just see if I can move that over a bit. Oh. No. You read that? You see it? Can everyone see this one? This is the most important one. Because this is talking about one of the arms at Hanford. Blue Marble Science. He's done a lot of research on this. Please take note of this. Everyone. You don't need to be a genius to understand this. The orange line is the straight line connecting the start and end of the LIGO northwest pad at Hanford. So the orange line is the straight line connecting the start and the end of the LIGO northwest pad at Hanford. The blue lines are the actual elevations. Welcome to the globe. Does that make sense? Everybody with it? With that?
No, it doesn't.
Well, everybody knows the pads are straight, right? Because they have to house the laser. But he's got the blue lines of being the actual elevations, the straight ones. But then he's gone and drawn an orange line to show a straight line from one end to the other, from A to B. So he's from A to B, he's got a straight line, the orange one, that he's drawn on the graph. And the blue one is the actual elevations of a straight line that they've built LIGO on. But you can see that the 4 foot change in elevation there. I think he's graphed it on the side of it. Everybody with you? Are you with us? Probably not, right? Because it sounds so far out there, right? That you're wondering, what's he talking about? Well, this is the globe. This has to happen on the globe. All of these ideas may sound contradictory, but this is modern mathematics. You're just out of date, right? You're living in the old times, the old days. We've got to move on. There's people that are far smarter, right? They're making some brilliant shadows for everybody to take on. Blue Marbles, unless he only tells us these things, right? Maybe we're like meant to self-destruct these messages. Maybe you're not meant to keep them. Maybe they might be copyrighted by Blue Marble Science to be taken back at some point. But yeah, if you were wondering about the LIGO pads being horizontal, well, the blue line is a horizontal and the orange line is a straight line from A to B. And the blue line is a straight line also, but a straight line in reality that Blue Marble's plotted on a graph. It's so hard to take in. And this is why I think people have been misunderstanding Rumpus and Blue Marble, and this is why they've been keeping out of the way, because it's too hard for people to comprehend this new mathematics. I mean, you've got to have studied this sort of stuff for quite a while to be even able to comprehend what's going on here. Welcome to the globe, says Blue Marble Science. Is everybody with us on how this works? And I'm not too sure where you put a Rumpus pole in there. It seems like they've all forgot. They're all measuring elevations now. Elevation changes. You can't be conflating elevation with curvature. The blue line is the line of equal elevation. No, the blue lines are the actual elevations. I don't think you're quite reading the words there, Wally. You've got mixed up. It says the blue lines are the actual elevations. The pad, the straight line that's been laid out. The laser, the concrete pad, the actual elevations of the concrete pad. Wally. I know you're doing your best, but you can't really. I don't think Wally's up to date on the, the actual formulation of the mathematics. Wally just goes off what has to happen on the globe, and sometimes he gets carried away. Blue, he doesn't really mean it. Don't listen to Wally. No, Wally, I'll read it again just in case you didn't get it. The orange line is the straight line connecting the start and the end of the LIGO northwest pad at Hanford. The blue lines are the actual elevations. The actual elevations. Blue's made a big thing about this. I think, does he call them as-built? I think Blue Marble does call them as-built. I don't think I've got any of them. And this is he's always, you thought Blue Marble to be a like a gentleman and all that, but he doesn't half lose his thing whenever he's talking about the globe model. He gets really upset. So Blue Marble says level diverges from horizontal at the rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared in every direction. I've cleaned it up a bit there. So was everybody aware of that? The 8 inches times the distance in miles squared is actually the amount that level diverges from horizontal. It's a rumpus pole. That calculation's the rumpus pole length.
Yes, but it doesn't fit the LIGO issue because Blue Marble Science said that there is rise 4 feet, and then from point B to C another 4 feet, and it doesn't fit this row bottoms, let's say, calculations for a drop. So but Red's rhetoric said that this is proof of curvature, and curvature calculation is row bottom calculation, and this LIGO doesn't fit. It doesn't add with these calculations. So I don't know why Red's rhetoric is saying that this is a proof of curvature, while it is not dropping according to these calculations. Just non sequitur for me.
The amount of curvature. He said it was about a foot out, didn't he?
Yes, but still, it has, because in row bottoms calculations, we have drop in every direction, like Blue Marble Science says that, yes, so he is correct about row bottoms calculation. Of course, it is from this tangent point, this drop. So it has to be drop, not rise. And it has to be in every direction. It means that on that hypotenuse, it has to be drop also, and it isn't. So there is massive problem because you cannot have drop in every direction from every point. So it doesn't prove any curvature.
Oh. I've got this one as well. This is Blue Marble Science logic. He's having a go at it. Probably why they have these problems for these sort of statements. Says you start with the begging the question fallacy. You presuppose that there is only one plane of the horizon with no proof of that. Try it like this, right? I think so. He's saying you start off with the begging the question fallacy. You presuppose there is only one plane of the horizon with no proof of that. Try it like this. If all plumb lines are parallel, then all horizontals must be parallel. Plumb lines diverge as shown by reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Therefore, all horizontals cannot be parallel. That's Blue Marble Science logic, that.
Yes, so he is saying that this is, yes, black swan. This measurement is black swan. But we know, and everybody knows.
No, that's a
that,
direct proof, isn't it? The way he set that up.
Yes, he said that this is a proof. Yes. So this is demonstrate. This is modus tollens or modus ponens.
Yeah.
So this measurement is this checking your premise. So let's see this measurement taken from these distances which cannot be measured because it is impossible.
I think Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott. I think that's who did it, Blue. I mean, is anybody around here to back Blue up? I'm not too sure who Blue's going to cite for reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Knowing that it's not an actual surveying procedure and nobody ever does elevation changes with those sort of things, and you can't really do this, but I can't remember who Blue cited for this. I don't think it's Blue Marble Science that's done it. I think he's just taking the words of a shadow giant. Blue being the useful idiot that he is. And just repeating paralogisms that he's taken on. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. That's a geometric fact of a statement. So the only thing you really need to be able to do is establish or know that you can establish a horizontal plane reference. I would say that's the step one, right? Step one of doing anything to be able to make sure that you know what you're doing is, can you establish a horizontal plane? Blue Marble Science says that the blue lines there are horizontal. Did he say that one? The blue line is a plane that's tangent to the earth at one point only. It's perpendicular to the vertical vector at the point of tangency. So the plane in the line, the line lies in, is definitely horizontal. The plane that this blue line lies in is definitely horizontal. It may sound contradictory, right? Yeah, I know. It does look like a curved line. And
so if it looks like a curved line, it means for me that this is a curved line.
Well, the graph would seem to show that, yeah. But, I mean, like, could the graph be mathematically just, could there be some sort of perception thing? Right?
And not in that case.
Like a perspective sort of thing, but within this mathematics, right? A perspective within mathematics.
It might be, but not in that case, because we have this vertical and horizontal reference lines. So this graph is just a result of some allegedly measurements. So this is orthographic view of that line. So it is curved in reality.
Well, but Blue Marble Science says that's a horizontal. I think quite a lot of the new globe scientists, geometers, Blue Marble Sciences claim to be the best globe geometer there is, and with things like that, you can see why, can't you? That's a horizontal. He said it's perpendicular to the vertical at the midpoint.
And this line is
No, it doesn't say.
concave. So it's very strange. That because normally on the globe model, this bend horizontal would be convex, but this line is concave, I think. So strange, very strange, because this vertical is downward to the center of the Earth. Or what? No, it cannot be. Very strange.
Well, I don't know. It'd be Bluey sleeping peacefully. He's having his afternoon nap, I think. You know how it gets when you get that age. Forgetful about certain things. You don't want to be putting too much stress on him, right? He's developed this new mathematics, and to be honest, I always remember the first people that show me these things. Now, the first person who went full bend horizontal, that was Bob the science guy, back when he had a doctorhood, when he was allowed to be a doctor. He can't do that anymore. But Blue Marble is the first person that has added this elevation to and linked it to a horizontal. This is a development, I think, of the Zanic. If you move a level, the bubble moves on a straight thing. So that's the idea of that. Okay. So we can see that the that's horizontal. I'll read it again because it does take a bit for you to get in. It's took me a fair few years to get to this level, to be able to coax this very secretive information. They've been keeping this very quiet from it's one of those things like a conspiracy, maybe. The amount of people that have kept this quiet from the rest of the population. Don't know whether it's for their own good or not, whether they just like accusing people of being flat earthers. Because if people are kept in the dark, then they're unaware that they are actually flat earthers. And if you ever come into any of these arenas as a new person asking a question, then these people can always call you a flat earther, even though you're unaware of what being a flat earther is and the requirements, the modern day requirements of flat earthism. Or, you know, like these people who are allowed to point at people and say, you're a flat earther, when they don't even know anything about the topic. I mean, saying that a horizontal is a straight line when mapped onto an elevation profile would probably make you a flat earther, I think, according to this. If you imagine a horizontal when mapped onto an elevation profile having a zero slope in any direction, well, you can see there by the picture, Blue Marble Science.
When I was on their server, I tried to get them to define what a flat earther is. They couldn't do it. It was like at one point it was somebody who denies science and didn't graduate from high school. who's divorced, who like they just kept piling things on. And I'm like, dude, like you're talking about a wide swath of people who have nothing to do with this topic whatsoever. Can you just tell me what is it? What is a flat earther? That's all I want to know.
Well, there's multiple things I think I've learned. Me not being a flat earther, but the amount of things that people have accused me of being a flat earther for. It should be made aware, right? Because there are serious repercussions of what happens, like, because you've heard them. You've heard Blue Marble Science. You've heard other people calling us all sorts of names and liars. If these people label you as a flat earther and you say you're not a flat earther, then they can automatically label you a liar as well. It just gets more and more. It just piles on.
It's an issue that they have to work through somehow, and I don't know how they're going to get there.
Well, the way they're going nowadays with modern flat earth accusations, let's say, they're I think they're making a lot of flat earthers. They want to be an exclusive group. I've been asking a lot of people, and most of the people that I've been talking to would fall into the category of being flat earthers. And they're unaware of it, of course. Modern day times. Like, you know, imagining that there's zero slope to a horizontal, and then imagining there's zero slope to a level, a water level, a canal. Like, it doesn't slope in any direction. That would cause flow of water. Well, that makes you a flat earther. If you have a horizontal and you have two perpendiculars to it, calling those two verticals would qualify you for being a flat earther. Even just having a horizontal as a straight line would qualify you as being a flat earther.
Here's one. They said, a flat earther is someone who doesn't answer questions when asked.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, keep saying that over and over again. Like,
even if you don't
how many
hear it.
people do you think don't answer questions when asked? I mean, you can, like seriously, they tell you don't talk to the police. Do not answer questions when the government asks you them. So that makes everybody who's ever talked to the police who followed that advice, they're a flat earther. I got contradictory one here. This is on their server, mind you. One says a flat earther is a conspiracy theorist. And another one's a flat earthers are too dumb to understand anything. I'm like, well, how can they be a conspiracy theorist and they're also too dumb to understand anything? That contradicts it, because they have to understand there's a theory against them and then articulate that and then be labeled a conspiracy theorist. And then there's multiple steps here that they seem to be just walking right over. I mean, just really, Blue, just what is a flat earther? That's it. That's all I would want to know from you. Can you got this massive articulation, this huge amounts of education. Just articulate what you think a flat earther is.
Why? No,
and I'll tell you I'm not
why?
that. Well, so I can tell him I'm not what he said he thinks I am.
Why are you bothered what Blue Marble considers a flat earther?
Oh, it's kind of like
Blue Marble's an exclusive club. If
I
you're
gotcha.
not in Blue Marble's club, you're considered a flat earther. Right? So anybody that's not in Blue Marble's club could possibly be a flat earther. I mean, anybody questioning anything that Blue Marble says, even his elevation things, the actual pad elevations of a straight line that isn't straight. What about a circle being straight as well? There's another one. Circles are straight. What about if you question that?
Here's one. Flat earthers are people who don't know what they're talking about. Oh, and they don't know what they're talking about. So like if I'm talking about X, they say to be a flat earther, you must not know what X is, and you also don't know what X is. There's flat earthers are people with autism who are unable to pick up on social cues. They are not neurally, they're not neurally typical.
Wow. That's not a generalization. Is he saying that
No, they're just random people,
or that autism, people with autism are flat earthers?
Yeah, sorry, this is random people on his server.
Well, it's a bit of an exclusive thing. Are you still on his server?
No, they muted me because if you DM someone, apparently that's against the rules of the server. But then he failed to realize that DMing has nothing to do with what server you're on. So they actually don't know how to use Discord either. So after they booted me for DMing, I just started DMing them even more just to teach them how Discord works. And then supposedly that was harassment. Like trying to teach them, like you kicked me from the server for a reason that isn't based in reality. So now I'm teaching you how reality works, and then it's harassment. When you ask me to tell you something, to teach you something. So I just went down the list. I'm like, yeah, that is not neurally typical to behave that way.
Yeah, it's not Model Affliction Monday. This is the Blue Marble elevation conversation of the mainly the LIGO preparing for the down below. The understanding of what an elevation change is and how those elevation changes are actually measured in reality. I don't know how many people are actually aware of the complications of modern day mathematics that they have to overcome in order. I mean, like old school times, you would have thought that the rise over run calculation gives you a slope or a gradient, like Blue Marble explained. But is that how it works in reality? It may sound simple like that, but it's not like quite that simple. In order for you to know what a straight line is, you have to first understand what the surface is that you're on. And then you adjust your straight line to that surface, and then place all of your elevation markings to that surface. And now you thought that that might have been a horizontal. And if you do think that's a horizontal, that basis, that understanding, you're a flat earther, because it's not. Blue Marble's the expert. He's looked into this. He's gone into LIGO. He's found out that no two verticals can both be perpendicular to the same horizontal. That may sound like amazing. It may sound like something new to you, but Blue Marble's known about it for quite a while. Don't think they have the rhetoric in order to be able to present this. They've been waiting on Rumpus, and I think Rumpus is getting a little bit shy, a bit like Ranty. He's got videos made, he's got pictures, and he's got all sorts of tests there and done. Obviously, the people who run LIGO are unaware of these actual elevations and the work that Blue Marble's done. I'm hoping I think they've closed it down, but I'm hoping when they reopen it, they should have somebody like Blue Marble there in the entrance to be able to inform people of how the elevation profiles work based around LIGO, with these pictures of these all of these graphs that he's done. He's modeled them. He's put a lot of work into it. Rumpus will also have similar things to go with these for Bedford. It's only 6 miles. Well, in fact, that's even longer, really, isn't it? So we can imagine that there is, like Emma says, 2 points of an equal elevation over the top of LIGO. So there's a straight line, 2 points. That's your straight line reference that you can relate all of these other things to. But until Rumpus comes out with the mathematics, we don't actually know what the elevation profiles would look like. We don't know which one of these 2 lines would actually be there. Mike Jones, another super chat. Thank you very much, Mike. I would assume Beddy will want to call off his defense of 2 people both being able to be below each other simultaneously after listening to Blue. I hope not, Mike, because I think this would be one of the best debates ever to be held behind closed doors, ever. Blue Marble says he wants to do it, not live stream it. I'm thinking Blue Marble's a little bit ashamed of Beddy, and he doesn't want to risk Beddy making mistakes. I'm not too sure whether Beddy has been caught up to speed with Blue Marble science and the new mathematics of Rumpus and the likes. I'm not too sure whether he has faith in Beddy, Blue Marble, that is. So he wants to have this debate, just the 2 of them in a room hidden away on Blue Marble Science's channel. No live streaming, no nothing. Right, Jones says agree. Praying that the one-on-one behind closed doors where no one but me and Beddy can hear Beddy fumble his understanding of logical reasoning. Because that's where Mike will be coming in from. And I think Beddy still has a bit of this deductive logic. He has a logic backstory. He has some sort of formal logical training, let's say. Claims to have been a teacher of logic. So he has an argument, and I think Blue Marble can't risk the fact of Beddy using some deductive logic and sort of doing something that may put him forward as being a flat earther. I think it's possible. It's possible that Beddy is, in Blue's mind, a closet flat earther. Possibly. We don't know. It's a risk. He may already be questioning a few too many things. Who knows? I mean, Beddy was the guy that delivered T-shirt logic into Bob the Science Guy's server. And look what happened. He had to take a 2 or 3 month break, and he came back as Research Flat Moon. After that, sort of close brush with logic. But the debate, it will definitely be one of the best debates you've ever heard. I mean, how could you not want to root for the guy who can place two people simultaneously below each other? Think about it for a second. You definitely want to hear a logical argument for that. I would. Leave that picture on for a bit. Which of these lines would you think Blue Marble Science considers as a horizontal? How do you deal with the contradiction? How does most people deal with contradictions? Modern day flat earthism can be handed to you by people like Blue Marble Science. He lays the rules down. These guys should be aware of this sort of stuff. Everybody should be aware of it, especially anybody coming into this arena. Like B-Ball says, he likes to chase people away. If you don't fit in to this particular group of people, you will get chased away by military people. People who are actually in the military spend their time hanging around these Discord servers, chasing people away. Arwin's bright future. Well, welcome back. We do this for proof. And we do this because we have arguments. I know some people don't like arguments, and it's not really involved in the new mathematics and new science. They don't have the idea of an argument, and they don't like deductive logic. But hey, we're still here, and we still have the same arguments that nobody has ever came with, but except one difference. We have a new delivery method for these arguments, and it's not meant for people that have been in this arena and become model afflicted. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people within this arena that literally just aren't. They aren't deep into the model affliction. They're just unable to be able to talk because most of the stuff they hear, it's just crazy. How do you join in with crazy people when you have questions? How do you ask a question if you know the person you're asking is absolutely mental? What even is the point of asking them? And that's all that there is in this arena of people who are obsessed with Earth shape. They're not experts on anything. Nobody's an expert on any of this stuff. It's like saying you're an expert at philosophy. You can't. It's just a wonder. It's like, how can you be an expert at wondering? How can you be an expert at gaining knowledge? It's crazy. There are no experts in this arena. There's only conversation. And when that conversation gets shut down by people, then ask yourself, what are you doing? What sort of conversations are the ones that don't get shut down? And why? Why are those conversations okay? I'd say come in and invite anybody in, you know, if you've got any problems with any of this, but knowing what happens and how people get a little bit crazy. They say they get out of character, but I'm pretty sure it's cognitive dissonance taking effect. Nobody's in control of it. It's like getting pissed. You're not in control of yourself. When you hit aporia, there's no telling what will happen. Is Essie in here? Have you been listening, Essie?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Did you hear the whole bit at the earlier?
No, I just came in a little while ago.
Blue Marble Science has put a video out that he found from Red's rhetoric, and he explains LIGO and the layout of LIGO with the
Blue does?
slope. Yes, the elevation changes of the arms of LIGO. 4 foot.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so we've got an elevation profile now in the live chat. Have you seen the? Oh, yeah, I'll put it back in again, so it's at the bottom. No doubt you have seen it. That's the elevation profile.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Of a straight horizontal line.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah. That's a straight line. Yeah. Wow.
Well, LIGO, let me try and run you through it. Everybody keep me... What I managed to get. This is Hanford, obviously. You start at one end of one arm, and you're going towards the apex, right? So you start at one end. We'll call that A. You go upwards there's a 4 foot elevation change upwards. It's higher. Right? So you start along there, you get to the apex, and then the other arm is 4 foot higher again.
Oh,
so
boy.
It's up to the apex and then up the other arm to the end. So when you get to the end, it's 8 foot higher than the initial starting point. That's Hanford.
Holy moly.
And this is touted as an elevation change. Mike Jones has just put the picture in there.
Wow. That's something, Blue.
Yeah, I don't think he's listening. I think he's sitting this one out today. I think he's
four-
probably got people sending in pictures and letting them know what they're doing if they can bear to listen to us.
Wow, this is bad. Yeah, 4 foot and then another 4 foot. Wow. Has Mobius heard about this?
Yeah, we've all been going over it. Blue Marble has said that he wants to take on anyone with this.
Wow. So he actually thinks that from one arm to the other, there's a 4 foot difference. And then from that one to the other one, there's another 4 foot difference. In other words, we got an 8 foot difference.
Yeah, if you're standing at the apex where the perpendicular is, right? If you're standing there and you look down one arm, it goes down 4 foot. If you look at the other arm, it goes up 4 foot.
Up 4 foot.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That's Hanford.
And he knows about the mirrors. We had a couple of discussions about the mirrors.
Yeah.
Wow, Blue.
It's almost as though you're building in problems, isn't it? You know, for getting the laser to bounce backwards.
It's impossible.
Well,
yeah, it's impossible.
I wouldn't say impossible. Well, possibly impossible. But no doubt Blue's got some sort of an excuse for how it can occur. Right, he'd have to, wouldn't he? I mean, you're saying it's impossible, but Blue would have to have the ability to explain why you think it's impossible. You'd hope so anyway, wouldn't you?
My God, we're talking about a calibration here, a detection that is like 1/1000 of a proton.
Only claimed to be, though.
Only claimed. Yes, we're working in the fantasy now. Let's be clear. We're not saying we're believing this, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I say, like, I think that Blue Marble could say that too as well, couldn't he? Right? It's only claimed. I mean, how do they know that there's even a laser in there? I mean, if your elevation profile is actually curved, then not only are you suspect on the laser, but I mean, you've got to be suspect at every elevation profile that you've ever seen in the past. Everyone.
Yeah. Let's not forget what they claim the arm does, right? Take one arm, 2.5 miles, A to B in the center is the apex. Well, didn't they say that if they take 2 ball bearings from A and C, they would roll into the center of the arm?
I think if you were to put a ball bearing on C, it'd roll all the way to B, according to Blue Marbles anyway, and then carry on, bounce off the corner and get all the way to A. I think that's where all the ball bearings would end up.
In this particular scenario, but there's another one that they tout.
Well,
yeah, that's the Zanuck roll. That's right. Yeah, Zanuck supports that. Mike has got it.
Yeah. Well,
so they got a lot of contradictions here.
Yeah, I mean, do they ever talk about it over? Like, do you ever hear about this new mathematics that Rumpus is bringing in for the elevation profiles?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was going over it today, explaining to them how Rumpus's rec test is he's going for the Robotham drop, right? The full drop.
Yeah, the nutsack drop, the full nutsack.
The full one, yeah. 17 feet, yeah. I was going over it with them, yeah.
17 feet.
Yep.
Yeah. But he hasn't been over there and explained this to anyone. But, like,
I don't think he explained the full thing. Because they didn't seem to. They were saying, really, 17 feet? I was telling him, yeah, Wallace went for the hump.
the quarter rumpus pole. Inverted in the center. The obstruction.
Yeah, that's the Wallace one, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty like amazing just thinking about it. If people understand really what they're saying, right? When they hear Robotham, when they hear Wallace, you know, it's like, yeah. Oh, Don. Don got into the fray. So I brought up the canal, a 6 mile. And yeah, he called it, he went for the double drop hump.
The what?
Don.
The dilithium.
Yep. Yeah, he went for both of them.
Yeah, he has to. Dawn was one of the original. Dornagon guys. The straight lines that form a circle.
At this point, you wonder, are they really serious? Like, if they really believe that, I mean, it's scary.
But it's coming. When Rumpus puts his test out, everybody will finally see what we've been talking about all this time. While people have been saying, you know, like, why are you talking about horizontal all the time? Well, there's proofs within reality. You have to base those proofs off fundamental reference frames. Horizontal is something that's been known to everybody to be a straight line or plane. Well, new mathematics has found different. Blue Marble Science is leading this thing. I mean, he's getting on and he's done a lot of work for it. George didn't quite get it finished. Looks like these guys are going to get it done.
Well, they're providing entertainment. Mike seems to be having a jolly old day today, as they say.
It's sort of intellectual.
Yeah.
Intellectual humor. It's not for everyone, obviously. We don't like the there's a lot of people that don't like the idea of this because there's proofs based in it. And there's arguments. There's arguments that people don't like to have. People get upset about not being able to participate in an argument, a true argument. And that's the problem, I think, of the removal of deductive logic. When people go into an argument without deductive logic, there isn't really any way to come to a conclusion. And that confuses people within an argument because it means there's never going to be an outcome. There's never a proof to be gained from any of this once you remove the logical process. And it's 2023. Certain people, particularly in this arena, the Earth-shape arena, sad to say, they just don't use logic. And in fact, they're adverse to it. They just shy away from it. Because anybody that does present any logic will be shunned from the arena. thrown out. Did you hear B-Ball on Red's Rhetorics the other day? SE.
Nah, I don't watch
He was
Red.
he was bragging about how they've dismissed us. But B-Ball says he hangs around in Flat Earth Discord channels. That's what he mainly does. And he said to Red's Rhetoric that he was bragging that he'd beaten me up that much that I didn't bother going round them Flat Earth Discord channels anymore. So that's what B-Ball does. He goes round making sure that certain people don't go into Discord channels, the Flat Earth Discord channels, the people that B-Ball doesn't want around those channels, right? He praises, he gets praised by Red's Rhetoric for doing that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder if Red knows that one of those particular channels that he's talking about. I was there today, and B-Ball was there in the text, and he was getting lippy, and I challenged him to come in, and guess what? He didn't.
Yeah.
So maybe he should hear about those things.
Well, yeah, but see, this is the thing. I think, let's say, Geo. I think. I mean, I know I told him that, you know, at some point he'd have to get rid of us from there because it's not good for his server. So that's why I've been actually keeping away, right? Because it's detrimental to his server if we do go over there. But B-Ball is telling everybody that he specifically is keeping away people from Geo's server. Now, if he says he's doing it to me, how many other people is B-Ball attempting to keep out of Geo's servers and these other servers, right?
He's delusional. I called him out today on that particular server, and he didn't come in. So, yeah, B-Ball is full of it.
Well, you know, he said he's particularly beat us up that badly that I'm not going over there. That's the reason that B-Ball thinks.
Only in his imagination.
Yeah, I know. But the fact that there's a group of people that go round Flat Earth servers keeping people out. They're like bouncers, right? That's how he considers himself. And if you're not a flat earther, then you don't belong in those servers. That's what he's saying. Right? There's like a police force of people that are allowed in there, and there's a police force of people that aren't allowed in there. And these people all stick together in order to maintain this common grounding. Like, that's why there's not really any new people in there. Because people like B-Ball like to keep people like that away. Which is good for your Discord server. If you're after bringing in new people for new conversations, then B-Ball and the people like B-Ball are definitely the people that you want controlling the things. Like moderators, but not actually employed moderators. You know, like greater Flat Earth Society type moderators. Filtering out the people that are wanted and the people that aren't wanted. Can't have people with arguments, can you?
Well, I know one thing. B-Ball is all luster, all talk, just hangs around in the text. So he's not the one to talk, that's for sure.
Well, he is. He talks big. You should have heard him on Red's Rhetoric. I mean, Red's
Yeah, on
Rhetoric
Red,
and
yeah.
Steve McRae didn't know who he was, but he definitely put out a good case for the people who hang around Flat Earth Discord servers. Can you imagine that?
All
A guy in the
B-ball has.
military bragging about hanging around Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, well, he shops around one picture, that hotel thing. That's all he has. That's all he does.
He had it on a green screen behind him.
Yeah.
He's
see?
he's got a full screen picture of him with his headset on in the thing, with a green screen picture of his Hawaii picture in the background. Like
That's it.
He's going. He's going places.
But that's the only argument he ever brings up. That's all he has. The 160-foot wall of water that I call it.
The hump.
The hump.
It's gone for the Wallace, right? No,
Full.
not many people actually go for the nutsack. They always go for the Wallace. That's the common thing. The common theme is the hump. Blue Marble did it at Lake Pontchartrain. B-Ball's done it there. Wallace did it at Bedford.
Soundly and the boys.
Yeah, Soundly and Jesse and all of them did it at Lake Pontchartrain. 90-foot hump. Most people would automatically go for the hump, but now we're dealing with the below. Two people simultaneously being below each other, but you've got a hump.
Progression.
Yeah.
Progression.
New maths. Yeah, and Red's Rhetoric. Apparently, have you heard that Red's Rhetoric's the #1 flat Earth destroyer?
Yeah, right. He's got one thing, the ISS. And the mount. What does he call it? The mount. The telescope thing there. That's it. That's all he has.
Well, I was initially watching this video the other day of Red's Rhetoric because what got me was he was saying that flat earthers have got so desperate, right, that he has to go to Twitter, into Twitter spaces in order to debate them. This is Red's Rhetoric, right? And he was moaning about how Twitter is so ill prepared for debate. Like really moaning about it. He was calling it a crap platform and everything. But I thought he was being a little bit hypocritical, right? Because B-Ball says that he hangs around Flat Earth Discord channels all the time, and like you can easily share your screen and do all of this sort of stuff on Discord. But Red's Rhetoric was moaning about how he can't get a debate with any flat earthers and he needs to go to Twitter in order to do it. And I'm wondering,
does he not know where we are?
Yeah, I wonder whether he knew about the Flat Earth Discord channels, because I mean, B-Ball's gone over there and told him now about these Flat Earth Discord channels.
Exactly.
So he should know about them now. I would expect pretty soon for you to be hearing about Red's Rhetoric. I mean, do you have McToon go over there? Because he has a special day, doesn't he? Over on some of the other channels. McToon's took over from Fight the Flat Earth after he got kicked off. Tartarian.
Yeah, it's in the other channel there. Yeah, both of them.
No, Fight the Flat Earth got kicked off. He's not allowed.
I thought they brought the tight shirt back.
No. They only do that one with McToon now, but it gets popular.
Oh.
Like, you know, offering up people on the server as lambs to the slaughter for McToon to just call people names and stuff. I don't think Geo does that, does he?
No way he's gonna get away with stuff like that over there. No chance in hell.
They wouldn't do a deal with McToon for that sort of a, like, you know, because what they do is they say, come on and do the "Are you smarter than a flat earther" thing. So
That's a
everybody
complete
on the server-
embarrassment.
Yeah.
Like he has the power to go against all the flat earth. Like that's a joke. That's a joke. Like
He can call everybody in the server a flat earther when he does
Yeah.
that. And he's like, there's 40 people in here. They're all flat earthers. It's me versus 40 flat earthers.
Superman. Yeah, what a joke. Yeah.
Gord's Gord's in the chat there. What I want to know is who's the #1 globe Earth prover. We've been asking that all of this time, Gods. I've been asking people who's the #1 globe geometer. Jesse Koslowski proudly said he was the globe surveyor, but the moment he got anywhere near us, had to run. So he's obviously fake. There's no globe geometer. There's no such thing as a globe geometer. Now, Rumpus claims to be the #1 mathematician. He came up with all of the numbers for the globe. He did all of that. So Simon Dan, I think, would claim to be a pretty high-ranking flat Earth debunker, but I don't think he would claim to be a globe proponent, a globe prover. Don't think any of them would consider themselves needed to prove the globe, to be honest. And most of them, well, most of the people we've talked to actually say there is no proof. There's no proof anymore. You can't have proof. You're not allowed to have proof.
Proof is gone. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So you can't actually prove the globe, which is convenient, but you can't also prove flat Earth.
Convenient.
Yeah, that's also convenient. But I mean, since both of them are fictional, the one thing that they're unable to see either side is a proof within reality, which are attainable, right? You can prove things in reality, just not through modern science, and not proving flat Earth. But proofs do exist, but you're not allowed to talk about them because that's inconvenient. Doesn't fit within the narrative of the Earth-shaped debate. Like, because Red's rhetoric, he'll only talk to a flat earther. And with somebody like me that says it's not flat, he just says we're dishonest. So he
Who
won't
cares
actually
what he
talk to
says?
us. Yeah, but he
Who
won't
cares
talk
what
to you.
this guy said?
You know, you can't debate people if they won't talk to you. Right? In order for you to talk to Red's rhetoric, you have to tell him you're a flat earther. Then he can just dismiss anything you say, and obviously you can't prove it's flat because that's ridiculous. But you can prove it's not flat. But he doesn't want to see that because that means you're not a flat earther, and he doesn't want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk with him either.
Yeah.
Like, sincerely, like, who is this guy? Nobody knows. I mean, what? He's gone for a few years.
He's the #1 globe prover, right? He's the one that proves the globe.
Not to me.
Well, but yeah, because you're not on Twitter, right? it's a very, very, very clever tactic that people use nowadays, modern times, is they dismiss arguments that they don't want to have as arguments, whilst not having an argument themselves. Very clever.
When I think of him, I think of the ISS dude, right? Everybody points to this dude 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, who supposedly measured the ISS. Right? Now, if you want somebody to debate the ISS with, I'm your man. You know where to find me. Let's debate the ISS, my friend. Let's do it.
That's tis globe.
Tis globe.
Here's my argument, right? And this is the sort of thing I can stick to. I would make a claim that everybody's globe is a mental construct that you make for yourself. I mean, a globe is a model. Everybody knows that. You can know what it is. It's a spherical thing that you have in your front room or wherever. It's on the TV, and you can spin it round. It just looks like a ball on a tilt. That's a model of a globe. Now, the actual globe that you have is a mental construct. Now, how you relate reality to that globe that you're thinking of as a, like you've got a word association with a globe, but in reality, you imagine that you've been taught since you're a child that you live on a globe, right? Now, you obviously know you don't live on the globe in the classroom, right? You're not standing on that globe. So you have to have a mental construct of the globe in your head. That globe, to me, comports to reality, right? Reality is that globe. And therefore, all the proofs within reality that I can have, and you can have many, right? The things in reality are provable. And now all of those things conform to my idea of a globe, right? Reality conforms, and I position that to the thing that I think in my mind is a globe. The fact that level being horizontal is provable is incorporated into my globe, right? My reality, I'm quite happy living in the reality where level is horizontal. If that reality is what we call globe, then that's what I call globe. It's only a word. It's reality. It's reality to me. I don't have a model. So I don't have a flat earth model, and I don't have a globe earth model. I just have reality. And I assume that everybody else who I'm talking to also lives in that reality. Now, we can talk to each other about this reality that we assume we live on and point out contradictions to each other that you may hold, that I may hold. There's nothing wrong with discussing those contradictions. As long as you can do it honestly and openly, then that's fine. I think we found a group of people that don't want to have that person, that middle ground. Just reality. Let's talk about reality. Drop the model. I don't think there's many people that can actually do that. Modern day. I think that's a taught thing. And taught more so within certain arenas, some certain Discord channels. Teach each other these non-arguments.
The popular arguments going around now are the ones that you can be really wishy-washy on. You know, the Coriolis things, the different gravities, you know, stuff like that, where they can make up a million stories, reference frames, and this and that and the other thing.
Yeah, there's stuff you know you can't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want... Nobody wants to hear an argument from reality. Because, number one, it'll probably be a deductive argument, and that is a definitive thing. And who wants to hear a definitive argument nowadays? Yeah, you sort of know after a while that you've been in this arena, and it's filled with people like, it's filled with characters, and those characters are the ones that can talk. And normally, the louder they are, the more say they get. I don't think that's a good model for you to be. I mean, obviously, there's a change around of people that need to come in and learn how to be sophists. We've seen a change of guards just recently. Yeah, it's good to think of proof, but there's certain people that are never going to accept it. And then there's another group of people that won't hear it. They don't want to hear it. I was quite proud of the argument with where we got Emma to do with the Buster song, Advanced Simplicity. But it's not going down well because nobody wants to hear it. It's an awkward question that nobody will ever answer. Nobody within this arena, though, I think. The big problem for the globe, it's been exposed many times, and it'll be exposed more and more, particularly with the below and above. And it goes back to the very thing that I said when we first came in. If you want to be able to have a discussion with anybody, what you have to do is you have to find common ground. And then you have to stand there with the person that you're talking with, debating with or whatever, and build from that common ground. Unfortunately, what we've found is there's no common ground with certain people.
Not even humanity. You can't share humanity with them because they've dehumanized people that disagree with. In the past, you'd just be able to fall back on that at least. Like, yeah, you think what you want to think, and I'll think what I want to think. If we can't get along, leave each other alone. They don't see that way anymore. They see themselves as some sort of advanced life form that's beyond human, like evolved into something new.
But they can't have an agreement on a straight line. That's how bad it is. And if you can't even start off with the fundamentals of something so basic, then, like, where are you meant to go?
Try to figure out why. Why is that? How come you can't get an agreement there? There's some other noise. There's some other worldview there's something in the way, and then trying to identify that obstacle and then knock that wall down and build a bridge. But due to their low level of education and articulation, they can't seem to tell you what the problem is, other than pointing at you and telling you are the problem. Okay, if I'm the problem, can you just go over there and leave me alone? Well, no, they can't do that either.
It's logic. It's deductive logic. And once it starts, right, if you have it in your head that you cannot agree with somebody, that's your model that you have to go with, right? It's not that you go with what can be proved. If you start off with you can't have this, right, it's not that, then how do you start off? I found that I used to think it was because it was me that nobody could ever agree with us, or we weren't allowed to start off with common ground. But I truly believe that once you start on a chain, once you start off with something that you can agree on, then the natural process is of formulating an argument and a proof. And if you can get there, then people, if you have an understanding that there is no proofs within science, what do you do if somebody shows you something that's so simple, the simplest proof they could possibly give you? And how does your brain accept that? It's got to be a contradiction. It's got to be the easiest contradiction for you to ever see, is that proofs are definitely available in reality, yet your model says there are no proofs. What happens when that proof creeps into your head? How does your brain accept that? And if that proof starts off at a straight line, right, you can prove a straight line. How do you go forward with yourself? Because all of this stuff with proof, right, it's not something I can give you, and same with an argument, right? That process, that logical process of relating premise 1 to premise 2 and coming to a conclusion, if that relationship happens in your head and you formulate that proof yourself, what happens if that proof isn't something that you want?
It doesn't matter. Proof will stand still, whether you accept it or not, because reality is objective. It does not depend of your wanting or willing. So many people are dismissing arguments because they think that if they close their eyes, that would prevent them from disproving their model. But in reality, it does not work that way. Objective reality is called objective because it does not depend of our knowledge. 2 plus 2 equals 4, whether we are able to comprehend it or not. So it doesn't matter, in fact, who can accept or dismiss argument. If argument is valid and true, it stands still. It does not matter if, for example, blue marble science will say that this is contradiction, because it is not contradiction, it is valid proof, therefore it proves something. And I would say even that if people say that it is not proof for me, they are just deceiving themselves. Because logic is one for all humankind. So this is just psychological problem, not logical.
Yeah, it all comes down. I don't know whether you were with us, Gods, when we went through the philosophy courses, but in about 1700s, a guy called Sir Francis Bacon, a politician, decided to revolutionize knowledge and how they use nature. And he took science, the process of learning, gaining knowledge, and he removed deductive logic from it and turned it into inductive only, where you just record stuff, statistics, means, averages, all of that sort of stuff. Completely removed deductive logic for it and renamed it science with a capital S. He gave it a title. Yeah, I would as well. Deductive logic is the formulation of how you acquire your experiments, but you have to remove that thought process and just put it into inductive, because that's how they manipulated nature. They can control nature if you go into the realm of inductive logic. It gives you an ability to just mess stuff up. Deductive logic gives you proof, and a definitive proof, and that's not what they have, right? So they've removed that deductive logic. Now, it's weird because, yeah, dead right, Gods. That's absolutely, you should come and go over this study of the philosophers. We're going to link it to all of the mathematicians, because that's exactly how it works out. The modern day science with no deductive logic has crept into geometry and mathematics. They've not taught logic in schools. There's been no Euclidean understanding, so you never learn any deductive logic. You never learn deductive logic through mathematics. So modern day man and modern mathematicians and modern geometers and modern scientists, modern day debaters, don't employ deductive logic. There's no proof. If you do have proof, then you probably live in reality, like most people, but you're not wanted within this discussion of this new stuff. That's old. Proofs are for the old people, the ancient ones. We've developed this new modern philosophies and modern science, modern mathematics, which is where these guys who we're talking to, that's where they are. Once you understand that, then it all becomes very clear. They're just drones. They've been taught this new education method, this new way into this. They've been educated with the lack of logic, and that helps you. If you employ logic modern day, you've seen what happens. Who wants to know about that? It's deemed offensive, vile, disgusting. Horrible people use logic, come to valid conclusions, have proofs of reality.
Yes, they say that people who use logic, they have no empathy. We are not empathic because we don't understand feelings of the opponent. We don't esteem their feelings. So we are just bad persons. We should prefer their feelings over our logic. But this is not upon what humanity is built on. Humanity is built on reason, not feelings. Animals have feelings also, but they don't have logic. We have. So we shouldn't put feelings on the first place. On the second, yes, but first should be logic. And that's an attack on logical persons, that they don't esteem feelings. We esteem feelings, but not at cost of logic. That's the problem. People on other side, they are just sacrificing logic for their feelings. I cannot do that personally, but that's me.
Yeah, I can't do it either. I'm completely completely involved with deductive logic personally. I can't live without deductive logic, and I also can't live without logos, which I suppose you could say feelings. The way that, you know, sort of stuff enters your mind and how you process stuff, that isn't, you know, deductive. That's completely mental, right?
I mean, it is, feelings are just things what you feel and you can associate with logic, but just as a coincidence. So, for example, if you have proof, you have a satisfaction. That is happiness of your mind. And you can have also psychological feelings coincidental with that satisfaction, like real joy. But some people are not feeling joy within satisfaction. Some are, some don't. But it doesn't mean that they are lacking of logic. Sometimes they are just not associate feelings with that. Satisfaction or sadness or whatever. I mean, lack of satisfaction. This is sadness of your mind. If you cannot find proof, or you are in aporia, that would be sadness of your mind. But it not necessarily means that you have to be sad in psychological meaning of that word. But now people are just liking something, and this like is psychological likeness. So I like this, so I cannot stand this proof because it is going against my feelings. And they sacrifice their logic for that feeling. And for me, this is just unfair to themselves. I would feel unfair to myself if I would sacrifice logic for my feelings. Sorry, that's me.
I think that's a few steps on. I think what I'm learning at the minute is that there isn't much logic employed, and I'm saying that because I'm talking to close relatives, right, family, other people, in daily life. I'm not aware of people who are aware of the logical implications that they make on a daily basis. And if you're not aware of the actual logic that you do use, then you probably won't be aware of the contradictions that you're holding as well. So you can have and place certain elements, natural thought, right, into a logical process, but then also not be aware that you're being completely illogical alongside it. And when people hear, when somebody says something to you that seems a little bit weird, you're not aware of logic, then most people, I think, they associate logic with mathematics, which is rightly so, but they've linked mathematics with something that's confusing, something that they've been taught at school that's, I don't know, crazy X's and Y's and quadratic equations and really weird sort of far out mathematics that you don't really have any applicable use for. You're never going to have that. And I think it's about time that people started realizing the simple, the advanced simplicity of breaking something down to first principles. Once people can understand that, poof, that's where things start happening. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Conversations are always welcomed at all times, because that's the only way we're ever going to work through this. Letting people find out that logic and a logical process is something that helps people. Can't do any harm. Being illogical sounds, I don't know, does it sound like Star Trek-y? Spot on was saying, you know, like when Spock was leaving, his mum, I don't know what the names of any of them are, gave him the gift of logic by tapping him on the forehead. It should be so easy to some. It should be given to people as childhood. The ability to process, to reason for yourself. It comes at a certain age. And it's not taught anymore. It's not taught in schools, and it's not taught by the parents because you're so many generations out. Why would parents want to teach logic to their children if they don't know logic themselves? How do you place yourself in a position to actually teach your children logic? Because they're not going to get it at school. They're not going to be able to understand the trivium and the grammar, the logic, and the rhetoric. If you have no ability to communicate this stuff, then you could be the best logician ever, but with no rhetoric, what use is it? If you can't express that to anyone else.
How do you think the best globmagician ever is going to deal with above and below?
Don't know. There's only sophistry that can deal with it, and I don't think Betty's a good enough sophist. I think that may be why Blue doesn't want to take him out there. He just doesn't trust him as a sophist.
Yeah. I mean, they're just going to, create a little teeny private room for me and Betty. Blue will be asleep, or he'll get up and then he'll go back to bed. And it'll just be me and Betty, like literally talking on the phone. Just the two of us. And he's going to try to debate how
he can be below somebody and somebody can be below him at the same time. And I have no idea how he's going to possibly wrap his head around that paradox. Is he capable of it?
Is he capable of formulating an argument to be able to put a positive claim on two people being simultaneously below? Simultaneously, let's not go with both of them. Simultaneously below each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to break it to him that it would have to be above also. Yeah. And yeah, he's already tried to say like nobody's claimed that. And, you know, I've pointed out multiple people who have claimed that, including Blue, who literally just claimed it. So I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, this is going to be a thing. Betty's going to try to claim. I have no idea how he's going to get around this. He claims to be somebody who understands logic, like Aristotelian logic, like real logic.
Yeah, and Thomas Aquinas, right? He's attempted to
Yeah.
religify the globe, didn't he?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he's going with Aquinas, that's Aristotelian logic. I don't know. I don't know how he's going to do it.
Go on. Sorry.
No, you go, Paper.
I would say that the only way to defend this position is to relativization, going into relativization. So one person is, from his vantage point, is above someone else. This is what globe dictates. So you are always on the top, always.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem for him.
Somebody said that the other day. I can't remember who it was. I wish I could name it. But they called that. They said he'd go Einsteinian on it. Go full special relativity. Was that you?
Yes. Yes. But this is paradoxal. It creates paradox. Because in order to establish what is down, or whatever direction you in reference to two persons, let's say, you have to establish a third point, which would be a reference point.
That's the big problem.
Yes, because if we have only two, you cannot establish that. So this saying that one is below another, so let's say first is below the second and the second is below the first, it means you are creating, of course, circular reasoning, and in fact it is meaningless because you are changing a point of reference, so which is not allowed in establishing any direction, because saying down or any direction is meaningless. If you are constantly changing your point of reference, naming direction is completely meaningless.
You're thinking deductive logic again there, though, Paper, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, yes, I am saying that this position is untenable, because you cannot defend that position
like a normal person. Yeah. And Paper. So you got two people and you have the ground.
Yes, because
one person, a second person, and the ground.
Yes, this because in reality we have, let's say, objective reference frame. We have ground and sky.
Yep.
So up is sky, and ground is down. so you can establish a straight line between sky and ground, always being parallel, like vertical, and burden of proof for a person who is saying that this ground is curved and the sky is curved, so verticals would be divergent, is on him, because in reality we cannot determine that these verticals are divergent, because in fact it is about diverging verticals, this problem. But we can say that ground is down and up is the sky, and that would be our objective reference frame. So I would go with that.
I prefer to use above and below as opposed to up and down, because it locks in the relationship between the two observers and the ground. And you can display it with children's videos. I can provide you with Sesame Street videos about, Elmo is above Cookie Monster and Cookie Monster is below Elmo, and every child will understand this. And there's no way, there's no escaping.
You are slightly breaking.
Yeah. I think we might have lost it.
The reality of this. And
you're in and out, Mike. I don't know whether you'll even know about this. I get what he means, though. Right, they're teaching children something that these guys in this arena are going against. So are they purposely teaching children lies, or are they sort of developed in adulthood? Which way round does this get taught to people? You know the concept of above and below. Is it even a concept? Can't be a concept, can it? You can prove it. You can demonstrate above and below.
Yes, so
it's not a concept.
No.
That's why I stick to the sky and the ground, because you can say both, that sky is above and ground is below, and you can say also that sky is up and ground is down on vertical datum. So the sky and ground, that would be, this is me. This would be my way of arguing for up and down being objective direction.
Yeah, could you have...
They're 100% objective. Up is up, down is down, up is above, down is below. They are 100% objective. They're not subjective. I defy anyone to disprove this. I know Kevin is listening. I know lots of reasonable people who understand reality are listening. Tell me how this fails.
No, there are many people. For example, I heard many times Sleeping Warrior who said that up and down, that all directions are relative to us, so they are subjective.
Yeah.
I completely disagree. I would.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we came into. I could never get that either.
I can say that if we are saying right, left, okay, yes, that would be subjective.
Mm-hmm.
because we name this side right and this side is left, and this is our side of our body. So yes, that you can say that this is subjective somehow, but not up and down, because you can't turn around and your right is left and your left is right because you turned around, but you cannot turn sky and the ground. They stay in the same position. They don't move. So they are objective. So I would disagree with the statement that they are subjective. Subjective means that they are changing with the subject. So right is changing with the subject. It means with you or me. But because we cannot turn sky and ground upside down, so these directions are objective. And let's say walking upside down, it doesn't change anything, because you are changing only your position, not sky and ground position. So, because their argument would be that if you are, let's say, standing on your head upside down, it means that you are changing up and down. No, it is not true. You are not changing. In order that if you have sky and ground, it stays the same. So this is not changing up and down according to your position. But if
anyone who is standing on their head is upside down.
Yeah. So
and that's an actual real position. Objective, not subjective, objective.
Upside down. Listen to the words, right?
Fucking brilliant.
Upside is down. In a statement, it's like it's a nonsense saying, but you can incorporate it's some meaning to it. It's not one of these things that you hear people say that just leave you in a state of confusion.
It's actually not nonsense. Your upside is down.
Yeah.
That is objectively true. There is an objectiveness to your upside being pointed down and your downside, your feet, pointed up. That is real. That is objective. That is fucking disputable. Bring it. Come on, Betty. That's what you're going to be defying. You're going to be arguing against that. Good luck. I'm rooting for you, little buddy.
Yeah, this is these arguments. People come in and say, like, you're still on this, are you? Well, we've got thousands of them. These simple first principles arguments. They're not really arguments. It's just to point out, right, that you can't argue these things. There are some things in reality that are provable. It's only in adulthood that somebody imagines that they change this. Now, I think it's dangerous, because can you imagine somebody like this that's going to bring this argument of both people simultaneously being down and them having children of their own and then teaching their children this simultaneous down? That's inbuilding contradictions into someone. But for the sake of modern science, modern mathematics, for the sake of an adult argument that isn't even an argument, It's a nonsensical argument. But they'll instill that into their children. What's different from that to modern day education? Somebody like Fight the Flat Earth and his naturally aggressive tendencies, his hatred of a certain group of people. Do you imagine that that isn't being taught to his children through his being, however he is? Do you not think that that happens to every one of the other people that are in these Discord servers every day that are obsessed by this stuff? How could they possibly not pass it on to their family? I mean, I've heard that Betty's missus doesn't want to hear me. I'm not surprised. Who'd want to hear all of this sort of stuff and the hatred that is expressed by people? My missus wouldn't want to hear me talking to you guys all day. Because it's too much. It's too much for most people. In fact, I think it's too much for people that are in here all the time. I'm here all day. I'm willing to talk to anyone. Most people can't really handle a conversation because it gets fucking deep. Some of the stuff that we're talking about. We expose all sorts of contradictions. Go on, sorry.
My wife has said these people are awful. And I said, yeah, they really are awful. And she said, why do you engage them? And I said, well, if I don't engage them, then nobody will, and they will continue to spread very awful things among people that shouldn't be spread, that are contradictory, that are against reality. And you know, I'm here basically pointing out where they contradict themselves and where they're spreading misinformation or lies or whatever you want to call it, or their own misunderstanding of reality. And it's bad. It's not a good thing. These are not people who are seeking a good outcome, a positive outcome. They're not seeking truth. They want obfuscation. They want to deny reality. And they want to tell people that I know and that, you know, I may love to also deny reality. And that's a terrible thing. Don't tell people that I know and love to deny reality.
I'm with you. I can't stand the fact that children may be brought up into this, and you know, we've had so many people come in here with false conceptions that have been given to them, they've been handed to them. The shadow giants have given them things that are untruths, and when they come in to talk to us, they find it difficult finding out that they've been lied to. It's not that we've been lied to. And it's not you finding out that somebody else is trying to tell you something different. It's literally you find out that you hold a contradiction. Now, somebody's given you that contradiction. They've given you both of these points that contradict each other. Can't possibly be true. There's no such thing as a paradox in reality. Contradictions don't exist. They're fallacies, and once you point out a fallacy, you've sort of won the argument. You've seen a fallacy within somebody else, but if they're not willing to accept a fallacy that they hold, then they're walking around with paralogisms. It's great finding these words. But yeah, that's a paralogism is just a truth that you've accepted that probably isn't a truth. Well, it isn't a truth. It's a false truth. But you've accepted it and placed it in the truth basket. Modern day stuff tells you there are no proofs, i.e., there are no truths. So what do you place in the truth basket if they're telling you that there are no truths? What's truth nowadays? It's so fucked up. If there's no proofs in modern science, everybody knows that there actually is. All of the old natural sciences, there's definitely truths and proofs. But the people we deal with within these debate arenas, they're not scientists. They're not mathematicians. They're just people who are obsessed with wanting to prove something to somebody when there is no proof. But nobody knows about all of these sort of things. Nobody knows what argument they have to present. Nobody knows what an argument is anymore. Before I came here, I wasn't even aware of a debate scene or anything like that. Never done it in college or anything. But you come into an arena and find out what is a debate isn't really a debate. A debate's about arguments being presented. And you find out that, like, what arguments have been presented. Find an argument, make an argument, present it to somebody, and they don't know what it is. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to process the information. Particularly in the Earth-shaped debate arena, it's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Oh, I say that. Is it just that the people within this arena is it just that the people in this arena are crazy?
I think not only in biology, medicine, whatever. I would say that this twist into inductive, let's say, process is present. So it affects whole science, not only this arena, but whole science. So we have these inductions in mathematics, modern physics, astrophysics, whatever, and also in biology, this genetics. This is just based on this twist of science. So I would say that it is everywhere, not only here. So in fact, I would say that if we are fighting for logic, we are fighting for whole science here, or to reconstruct something like ancient science, normal meaning. I would say that would be my goal, to restore original meaning of word science and logic, etc. Because in modern meaning, this science is not the same, absolutely. It's quite opposite. So, and I object, obviously, but the way of showing that modern science is just a joke, I would say that maybe not the best, but one of the best methods is just to ridicule modern science proofs or evidences and turn this into joke, because it is a joke. This modern science, basics of modern science, is a joke.
Well, when I heard it initially, it was Fight the Flat Earth, right? Him saying that modern science doesn't need to prove anything, right? They just go on assumption and work from there. He said proof only exists in mathematics. And I thought, well, surely then geometry for shape, surely that's the best way to go to make an argument. If you can prove things within mathematics, and geometry is definitely mathematics, right? It's more fundamental than the number is geometry to mathematics. Well, why not go with that, right? Let's submit a geometric proof in reality. And it just gets ignored. It's as though people can't see it. It's like what's happened within the education process and removing deductive logic is that when you do actually present an argument, people can't see it. To them, it isn't an argument anymore. An argument nowadays is people shouting at each other. It's not an actual argument, a deductive logic argument.
Oh, many people don't want to hear argument, because yes, this deductive argument is what Aristotle says as it is demonstrative proof, demonstration for the mind. This is not visual demonstration to the mind, and he also called it apodictive proof. So it forces you to acknowledge it. That's why it's called apodictive. It has to be that way. There is no way around. And people don't like it. They want to be convinced by dialectic proof, by probability. So they can have strong opinion on that. But in some cases, they can reject that because this is only proof by probability. And apodictive proof is definitive proof. So you cannot take that proof as an opinion. So this is great psychological problem, because many times you are forced to abandon your previous opinions, which you maybe like very, very much. And I went through that process many times when I started to use logic, that I had to abandon many things I believed, or I had strong opinions on many things. And when I employed logic, it couldn't hold anymore. And I had a choice. Or I am going with my feelings, with my opinions, or I am going with logic. And it hurted my feelings, of course. But I have chosen logic. And because for me, since I started to use logic, I can say that it brings more satisfaction. if you are abandoning your feelings, your opinions, if they are going against logic, you can just happily abandon them, go with logic, and this is a greater satisfaction, at least for me, to have truth, logical truth. So if I can put feelings and opinions on one side and logic proof on other, for now, logic will always prevail. And because I like more now, I like more this mental satisfactions than feeling or plausible opinions. So, but this is my choice. I have chosen many years ago to go that way, and I am happy with that.
I've always been happy with logic. I've never really had any of that feeling stuff. And logic has always override all of that sort of stuff. But I seriously think that from what I'm noticing through conversations, there is a distinct lack of people's awareness of logic. Obviously, you have to employ logic within your daily life. You just have to. You can't get by without it.
Absolutely, and you are completely relying on your senses. For example, traffic in cities, whatever, anything is based on trust on your senses and logic thinking, because you have to process what you can see and hear, and you are making decisions. So you have to think what you see, what you hear, and make decisions. So and these decisions should be logical, because you will benefit from that. So logic is everywhere, and your senses are working. They are working well enough to support your decisions. So this claim that you shouldn't trust your senses and you shouldn't think, it's just bollocks, because we use a logic every day at any single thing. But sometimes, of course, we are doing automatically. So because we learned by means of logic what to do, and when we are repeating things like 1,000 times, of course we don't think anymore, because it is just proven that we are doing right, so we are just repeating. We don't need to repeat proof to repeat action, but still behind our things we are doing, there are some proofs behind that in the past days. So it's always working and always will. You cannot abandon logic, because it would be impossible to survive. People cannot survive without logic. We have no instinct enough strong to survive like animals. So we have to use logic to survive.
Well, how have they got away with it for so long? How has it happened? How has it occurred that we get to modern day 2023 when there are so few people aware of logic? Yeah, obviously having to use it daily. It's more important than mathematics because it formulates mathematics. And if mathematics is the place that gives you proof, then how can people be unaware of the importance of using logic? How did we get here?
Oh, I think that because people are not learning about logic. This is the same, I think, thing with grammar. So people, more or less, they are talking grammarly, but many people doesn't really know grammatics. So, but they still can speak. So I would say that the same thing would be with logic. That they are using logic without knowing that they are using logic.
Yeah.
Because this is natural process for human beings to think. So we maybe don't know that we are thinking, but we are always. If we don't sleep, of course. Okay, I am off to bed. Time for bed for me. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Paper. Night night. Catch you later. What time is it? Midnight. Paper stayed late. Anybody got anything else they'd like to say? We're going to start going over the horizontal paradox, right? The blue marble induced horizontal paradox, because like we said, there are no paradoxes in reality. They literally don't exist. But it is important that you understand the importance of logic, so you can spot these paradoxes that don't exist, but you need to know why and how to spot the paradox and see why it's a paradox, so you can solve the problem, because it's always a problem. You never have to accept a paradox, because they literally don't exist in reality. If you don't believe me, try presenting a paradox. If you think you've found one, bring it over. We'll start talking about the horizontal paradox and how it's not real, but because it's the blue marble induced horizontal paradox, the model obviously induces a paradox into mathematics, geometry, the understanding. This, what we've been going over tonight, the straight line, the above, below, all requires an understanding of an even altitude for you to have above and below relative to. That's the bit that brings in the horizontal paradox. Thank you very much, Gods. Thanks for being around, everyone. I'm going to chuck a Buster song on, and we'll come tomorrow. Is it Thursday? Tomorrow. Keep losing track of the days. Do you want to hear the blue marble elevation one again? We have to do it, really, don't we? Listen to blue marble. Don't forget, pop into Discord. It's getting a bit quiet. Not really. Pop in and we'll have a chat. I'm going to sign us out with blue marble again. Thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow. Horizontal paradox tomorrow.
As you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve. Right? That isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rods.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do. And that's
if there's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring and you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Change in elevation.
Right. Okay.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh yeah. It's a drop any. It would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water. You think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400
Go on the
meters.
west
How
arm and the
accurate
east
would
arm.
you be? Set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Brumpus went to bed a long time ago.
A nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
Just hang on here, let me think about this.
Go on.
Water level.
The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both
Hang on
ends.
here, let me think about
You'll find out that they're dropping.
What? Both ends of the water level lower
There we go. Yeah.
than the middle.
We got a hump.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
It's elevation and it's
so that's-
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
the water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait a
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
I
a
think
sec.
you might have
Hold
got. Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go. Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on,
Don't
let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
penalize.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh yeah.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this a minute.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NB on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those
From what?
horizontals-
Okay, wait, back up. Back up.
Whoa.
Back up. No, wait, back up. Back up. No, wait, please. But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have 3 different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Oh yeah.